There we go. That should work better. Yeah, it's not muted. My mic just moved. Sorry about that. I was not paying attention to the time at all. Good morning and ding ding. There we go. All right, cool. How's everyone doing today? Baba? Looks like it's starting to come down a little bit. We should pick up some like 103. More downside on this buy here. Looks like I failed that breakout. Need to dump this other leg of Tesla. Well, maybe I do. That's a tough choice. So, never mind. Stabilize here. Sorry, 1 second. I just want to start setting some stops on this. Like these Tesla weeklies that I have from yesterday. One here. The Amazon put's doing. Ooh, right on time. Ooh. Ah, Jesus Christ. XRT taken behind the shed and shot. Yeah, sorry. I'm just trying to catch up on my positions. I didn't really fucking wasn't paying attention to market open. Okay, I don't want to close SPY puts yet. I'll get rid of those later. I don't think my BBBY 5.5 729 Cs will print Um, Probably not. I'm a student that's usually late for this class. I had the class read ahead to the next chapter while I'm gone. You can spring the pop quiz now. Did you already roll your BBBY August 1920 Cs? I closed them. I still have my leaps open on BBBY, but that's it. 5, 7, 10, and $20. What are you dumping on Tesla? The short side of my straddle. Also my 835s from last Friday. Any idea what's with the borrow rate? Yeah, it's just multiplying by 4 overnight. I'm sure they'll fix it. Do you still stand by your disclaimer about not day trading GME? Yeah, I still think it's a terrible stock to day trade. We talked about Visa briefly yesterday. The earnings were already priced in. Would in the money or at the money puts be a horrible idea on Visa if economic data is really bad this week? Uh, I mean, you're still just gambling on the outcome of their earnings. So it's risky. Like, they profit off of the Fed rate going up, right? Like, rate going up means banks want to lend more because they want to lend more at like the higher rates, which means more cards made, which means more cards used, which means more transaction fees for Visa. Amazon ripping after I bought a new air fryer yesterday. I don't think Amazon's rip is going to be sustained, but um, it is bouncing back and recapturing a little bit of what it lost yesterday after the Walmart news. Remember, everything still kind of wants to seek level because we don't really have any negative economic data yet. So while some things took a hit this morning, the real economic news is not fucking Walmart's adjusted earnings. Amazon ripping after a bad year for when can I expect to have my broker let me use my GME shares as collateral? uh, if only I could. Probably never. Are you thinking of getting rid of your spy puts? Not yet, no. Still confident in Baba's downside. It's stabilizing. I mean, the trend is moving down from market open. There's definitely gaps to fill. So, yeah, probably just roll my position out a little bit. And I'm long Baba, like long term. I have leaps on Baba. I don't think the move to Hong Kong is necessarily going to be enough to increase investor support. And we're still running into shit economic data. China's still running into more COVID lockdowns. Like for the near term, nothing looks super great. So I might give myself an extra week on it, move it forward while their puts are cheap. But I still think it can move back down to that range. What happened with OPEX last week? NOPEX? I mean, the stock went up 40%, but we didn't get any volume. So more like retail pump and dump than OPEX, which is good and bad at the same time. It's good because it means somewhere out there they still have shit to cover. It's bad because, well, we didn't get what we wanted, right? What's a good stock to day trade? Generally, like if you're trading stock, like smaller, volatile micro and small cap companies. I made a solid $500 in DocuPuts. I flipped all of that into BBBY September calls. Oh, fuck. You bitch. I'm actually still holding my DocuPuts. Thanks to the picks, I entered 2 successful trades that are now over 10% with stops. Do this every week and I'll have 6 figures by the end of the year. Yeah. You mumbled that you might close SPY puts later. Is it because you think economic data might be positive and therefore it could go up? Or is it because 20% profit? I mean, they're already both in excess of 20% profit. I just think that there's far more shit economic data on the horizon, and that the SPY will go down more than it has. Like, I don't think this is the end of the drop in the SPY. I also have August puts. That's on Tesla into the rest of the week. More downs in the market? Probably. I know you just got out of positions, but they were weeklies. I still have my 8.5 position, but I didn't close my, I closed my 8.05s, which I opened yesterday, and my 8.35s, which were weeklies for this week, that I close are opened on Friday. So the 8.35s, when I straddled on Friday, I closed the long side, and I left the 8.35s in place. And then I closed the 8.35s today, and I closed the long side of my 8.10, 8.05 straddle for 7.29 this morning. Or the short side. I closed I closed the long side yesterday, the short side this morning. So I still have 8.10 puts open for next Friday. I guess I could have just led with that. No. All right. So I am playing the downside still on Tesla. QQQQ puts making me more than SPY puts. Nice. Any reason why Jimmy's IBKR borrow rate is 128% overnight and 33% on market open? Well, given that one's just a 4x multiple of the other, I don't think there's a lot to really think about there, right? Amazon breaking down again. Well, it did, and that's gonna bounce. Do they sell volatility swaps under a different name on Craigslist? I can't find them. But I definitely see your CCs. Oh, I meant to take the ad down. They're not, the CCs aren't for sale anymore. 125K volume down to $5, to go down $5. Top 3 stocks to day trade options. Oh, just the fact that's it changes every day. It's a pointless question. May I ask you what your play on GME is? You don't really believe in MOASS and don't seem to be interested in the NFT market. What do you think will be the outcome that you're still in GME? I think GME is a highly efficient mid cap that will succeed in a declining economy, and be able to open up new avenues into e-commerce over the next like 3 to 5 years. In the meantime, I can make a shitload of money selling covered calls. SPY broke 393. Yeah, it did, but it could just stabilize at that price, right? Next resistance down on the SPY is, the next strong resistance is 389.70. There's a little bit here at 392.91. We'll see how strong it is. But again, like I still expect, unless the new housing report, like new home sales, comes in really, really fucking bad today, I still expect things to remain choppy into Wednesday. Any hope for August OPEX? I mean, it's looking a little better right now. We're starting to get some decent put action, and the price is going down pretty hard. So thanks for confirming my puts on AMC yesterday weren't done printing. I bought some more 14p weeklies, and they're already up 66%. Nice, dude. Why SPY over QQQ? SPY contains oil and gas. Yeah, well, QQQ is NASDAQ, right? I don't really trade NASDAQ a lot. It can be volatile, and tech can be risky, especially when it's this undervalued. Remember, as we approach, well, as the bear market continues, I should say, not as we approach a more volatile bear market. It's already pretty fucking volatile. We'll start to see some divergence in the indices, and it will actually matter which ones you pick. But yeah, I mean, the oil and gas exposure is nice. It's got a little bit of manufacturing exposure, so it's a little broader. And with various pieces of economic data hitting various sectors differently. I think the SPY encapsulates that best, or the S&P 500. Pre-market billionaire, Gherxes, the pickle god. Thank you so much, Gherxes. I appreciate it, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gherk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weekly, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
BBBY is trading at $4.75. Who gives a fuck? Thoughts on Roku? Seems relatively channel locked between 700 and 100 and continues to bounce back and forth. Do you see any issues in continuing to play this pattern? No, not particularly. Looks like you'd be targeting 75 to the downside for a long side entry. I'd watch it though. It got a little more unstable on the last big drop. Yeah, I mean, as long as you're careful with your entry, I'm sure you'll probably do okay. It's a decent channel lock. It's consolidating, but slowly, and the upcoming volatility may break that consolidation, so it might just continue to stay in its channel. That's kind of what happened on Cat. Cat's doing great today again, by the way. Still coming up, pushing up on that 182.50 resistance. I would still wait on, if you exited this, I would still wait on re-entry till after the Fed news and everything. I still short on Tesla. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. You might take a look at Intel and give me your thought on the downside. Looking to do some 729 CSPs at 36. Why is everyone so fucking into Intel right now? Oh. I mean, you're super far out of the money. The likelihood of you hitting by Friday is pretty slim. So if you're trying to get assigned, that's probably not going to happen. And then the premium you're getting is really minimal. Right? Like for the capital you're spending, $30 premium, 30 cents premium. That doesn't seem worth it. Yeah. I'm not sure it's worth it, but I mean, you probably won't get assigned if that's your goal. You're tying up $36 for uh 1% return. $3,600 for a 1% return. Sold in the money CC at the top yesterday, bought out of the money, just sold and back with 100% profit. Do I have wheels now? Bought and out of the money put, just sold both back. Oh, okay. No, that's just shorting, sort of. It's like uh, a debit spread. I would love to write put credit spreads on GME, but my broker insists that I have to make the sold leg a cash secured put. You probably don't have margin, or you don't have the options level required to sell naked puts. Just past the 50% with greater than 50% theta remaining on this week's CC. I know you're right. When do you like to reposition CCs down? Or around that time? Didn't you have 200 GME pre-split on WeBull? Yeah, I have 800 now. I missed the stream these past few days. What's your current stance on GME OPEX for August? We back on F-Man and Feb 2022 was a fluke. It's possible. I mean, we'll see, right? We're obviously going to look for, compounding obligations and other indications that August could present a run, right? I do think, though, that if they've packaged up the obligations from, June and July and the split, and if they're going to balance that in their NAV with a forward contract, we probably won't see that price action until September. We may get an August OPEX, but it may be not so great, kind of like May. But yeah, we're keeping our eyes open for it. I mean, we just have to wait for the data to come in, right? Can you scroll up on your positions? What? Sorry, hold on, the chat gapped. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend copying any of these fucking positions. Did you take your GME CCs off the market? No, just off Craigslist. I'm sold out. You're speaking at the next GME investor meeting? I doubt it. The real MOASS is all the money we make from selling covered calls. Hopefully. Nope, I don't play earnings. Earnings is just gambling. Unless you know an insider, like a C-suite insider, and they're giving you fucking stock tips, you're just gambling on earnings. You're gambling into IV Crush. So the best way to play earnings is to sell like strangles a month out, profit off of the IV bump, and then close them after it crushes. Outside of that, earnings suck. And even that's like mediocre. 391, 395 for what? I don't know what you're asking about. Sold CCs, the SPY sold CCs yesterday for Friday, up 50%, roll down. You can if you want to. I don't know what strike you're at. If you're at like 33, probably fucking not. But what are you looking for out of GME today before you decide to sell more CCs? I already sold them. I sold CCs at 33 and 35 again today. Here it was. I thought I was being safe with my Walmart August 19, 126 put. Is this the luck you mentioned yesterday? Yeah, sometimes it just moves more your way than you expect. Good job, man. What's your trigger for closing CCs on GMA? Usually expiration. I will rarely close my CCs in advance. I usually just let them expire worthless. I have too many of them to manage to fuck around with, like, rolling them down and messing with them. AMD might have gotten a bounce. Yeah, we'll see. I just took a small account from 4K to 10K in 2 weeks. Here's your cut. Thanks, Gherk's ice cream sandwich. I appreciate it, man. Can you explain the best use of CSPs versus CCs for GME? When do you use one over the other, and when do you use both? I mean, you would use both if you expect GameStop to be channel locked, right? Like, if you expect it, like, so historically, GameStop's like in mid OPEX. So after OPEX into the next OPEX, our price action tends to trend down and level off, right? So, here, covered calls are amazing, obviously, because you can sell them into the downtrend in the money and profit off of them. Here, CSPs and CCs are great because you're trading sideways. And then when the price goes up, CSPs are really great because you can sell those in the money. And then the price improvement will put them out of the money. So it kind of goes CCs, and CSPs, and then CSPs. Thanks, man. Happy birthday to you too. Thoughts on Roku? Thoughts on EQT? Oh, Jesus. Why is it every time GameStop gets boring, this just turns into like a look at my fucking ticker? EQT Corp. The fuck do these people do? Oh, it's Marcel Utica Shales, Appalachian Basin. So they're oil speculators, reserve acres. What's their production? 1.7 million gross acres. Okay. So not completely useless. I don't know, you thinking like long-term buy and holds? You're trying to catch like the bounce, kind of the dead cat bounce here on energy. Sure. It's not terrible. I mean, I don't like the entry compared to a few days ago. Obviously, it's a bit chasey. And it could just fail the second test of 50 that it's moving towards. But there's a little bit of range on it, so I'm not gonna knock it. It looks somewhat decent. And there's undoubtedly potential for it to move up to like 55, maybe even 60. So yeah, not the worst play. Slow. I probably would be long on theta there, or just buy stock. How risky are $33 CCs? Mildly. I mean, they're pretty close to being in the money. Wow. I mean, it's true, right? Like, who the fuck cares if BBBY is trading at $4.70 or $5 until it breaks put gamma? Everything it does is fucking irrelevant. It's just there's no point in looking at it or watching it. It's all of its price action will be driven by catalysts if it breaks out, and they will not be, intraday catalysts in the market. They will be, someone buying a large chunk of the company, or a large fundamental change in the company. So like selling off baby, Ryan Cohen doubling down, like those are the things that need to happen on BBBY. Otherwise, it's a fucking waste of time to look at. We see if we double bottom on GME, or does it split lower? Oh, it could definitely move down. There's room to the downside. 50% on weekly CCs. Roll down or wait? I mean, it depends on your strike and how far out of the money you are. You could have sold in the money covered calls yesterday, be up 50%, but still have, you're still very close to the money. Like you don't want to roll your calls down into like the 0.4 range and get assigned, right? Thoughts on LMT? It also seems channel locked. The only problem I see is how it consolidates at peaks, but the downside is fast when it happens. It's expensive to play, first of all, but I wouldn't really say it's channel locked. It was. in a downtrend, which it broke to the downside. Maybe play a rejection off of the EMA here. It's like the EMA 180. It looks like it's the downtrend it's in now is a bit steeper, right? But this also means more volatile. So if it could come back up maybe to 412, but I'd be more interested in trying to play the downside on this. And I could see it easily getting rejected right here. Especially with this like low volume climb. See the volume dropping off as it inches higher. Upwards consolidation's never a good thing. At least if you're going long. Where was I? Oh, I want to look at SPY. Still chopping at 393. What's Amazon doing now? Amazon moves up hard enough, I might fucking just short it again. Sorry, I'm pretty far behind on chat, I know. CHIPS Act bill, it's not gonna really improve Intel's valuation for several years. I mean, you might get a bump in the near term, but isn't 393 a high point for the SPY to be at with potential bad news this week? It's not 410s. But still, and JPO and friends are trying to change the definition of recession, bearish. I mean, yeah, I think the SPY is going to drop a lot more. My PT for it's like 380, and that's with a 0.75 forward rate. If they move up to 1.0, we could easily go back to like the 360s, low 370s, high 360s. Are you getting back in Jan BBY calls? Or are you waiting to go, or what are you waiting for to go heavy? I have like almost 100 leaps on BBBY. I have them at 5, 7, 10, and $20. I also have a fuck ton of shares, so I don't really think I'm gonna go any more heavy than I already am. If Cohen announces a buy-in, I might pick up some like 30s. But I'm not going to do it unless he does. Let me just address today's most common question. I'm up 50% on my covered calls. What do? I have no fucking clue. I don't know what your strikes are. I don't know what your position is. Don't tell me. I don't care. Manage your position. That's what you do. You can let it expire worthless, which is less risk. You can roll it down, which increases risk. There's not a lot of options. It's a fucking covered call. Did you buy GME puts last Friday? And yes, I've sold covered calls. How do all the short hedge funds know the other will not pull the ripcord and bring everyone with them? Or is it just one or two big dogs? On GME, I think positionally it's like maybe probably one, maybe two. You know, the exercising of in the money put or in the money calls to clear FTDs would indicate that only one position is really generating FTDs because they know how many calls to exercise in order to keep GME off of reg show, right? Ten a.m. housing numbers should be out. They are. I don't think they were that bad. Probably not great. I don't know. We could look at other sectors. Mm, yeah. Why does that have such a weird sector list? Hold on. I'll just look at the report. New home sales. Well, it missed estimates by about 0.6, 0.7. It's not atrocious. It's bad, but it's not atrocious. Do you think Sega has more room to run? Monkeypox so hot right now. Oh yeah, I do. I've been long on this for a little while, so yep. Yeah, it's already breaking up today through that big resistance at 15. Um it even did a little bit yesterday. So yeah, it looks good. I think it'll continue to rise. It's probably carrying a decent chunk of short interest too. SPY gonna bounce back to 394, 395 before more downs. It could, yeah. I mean, I still think it'll chop in that range. It might chop in the lower range with the bad information today, from new home sales and consumer confidence. So, yesterday the expectation was a chop between like 398 and 393. Today, that's probably a little more narrowed. So, probably like 393 and maybe like 396. Everything's still waiting on the. Oh, okay. Everything's still waiting on the Fed. I think Sega has more room to run. Check out Phase. Yeah, I know. Everyone's been talking about it. It sounds like a cringy Twitter pump and dump. Market gonna chop to the lower side today. Probably, yeah. I just caught up with 10 a.m. Jesus Christ, I'm way behind. What's on Costco? Uh, that's That might not be the best idea. Person on the sub told me the computer doesn't charge GameStop account fees, just makes their money from people buying and selling like a broker. It was fun digging up the SEC 2011 CS fees document. Yeah. They do charge account fees. They charge maintenance fees for individual accounts. They charge like all kinds of fees for fucking account maintenance and transfer and monthly balance sheets and just like literally every fucking service they provide. They charge us a fee for, you know, like a not like a for-profit corporation would. Isn't part of the reason for a split to increase volume? No, it's to increase liquidity. I still haven't received my extra shares in my paper trading account. What gives? How can you tell FTD covering versus active fund pressure? I mean, you need a stagnant market to be able to tell. Sometimes you can see its effect when, you know, like the market's declining hard and GameStop's staying stable. Or vice versa, you know, the market's rising really hard and GameStop's stable. Think Amazon will rally back to 119, 120, or do you think its recovery is peaked? Yeah, this may be about it. Riskier taking on a position today with earnings coming up, though. I'd be wary of that. Also, options pricing is super high now. Like almost 100% IV. Yeah, it's not so bad on the Augusts, 50%. But you could run into some crush, so that's why I got out. Sorry, I'm gonna try to catch up a little bit. If I miss your question, because the chat's scrolling up too fast for me to catch up. JMac, it's me that messaged you about shop. Concern for the thesis is 10-1 split, which may distort EPS as loss spread over more shares. Might make it look better than it is. 10% layoff tells me I'm right. Not sure if to hold through earnings. Are you getting an IV bump on, like, you're probably already bought into high IV. You might want to exit and re-enter. I know it can move a lot overnight, but it's, you know, is it going to move relative to the drop in implied volatility? Thanks, Bacon Sisters. Baba dumping, how do you do this? Are you a stock oracle or something? Yeah, well, sort of. What chance do we see JPass say we will all these demand increases? See JPass say we will see all these demand decreases are doing their jobs, so we don't have to raise rates. 75 is appropriate. I think 75 is the most likely outcome. I don't know if it'll lead to a 50 or a 25 next month. Obviously, CPI data in between now and then would play a big role, right? Although, in order to affect their soft landing, which I commented on yesterday, they need to stay ahead of the inflation by like a lot, right? Because monetary policy is so ineffective at reducing inflation due to the supply shock. The bubbles they're deflating, they need to deflate even harder in order to keep core inflation down in those sectors, right? So for the Fed, ideally, they want to maintain a higher rate. And then with the news from CPI data this last round, you know, they may want to increase that rate at least in the short term, in order to try to stomp out any accelerated inflation rates. If inflation gets too much of a rapid foothold, it could get out of control very, very quickly for you. So they're playing a bit of a dangerous game. Trailing stocks on Jimmy puts, a bad idea. No, but I don't think we're in any danger of like breaking out super hard. Trailing stops are never a terrible idea. How far in the money are you? Thank you, by the way, J-Mac. I'm being serious. My P&L got totally hosed with 75% loss on my shares. My CB post split should be around 25. I'm considering nuking the port and restarting if nothing happens. Boo. That is kind of boo. I don't know why it didn't split in the paper trading account. That's shit like that happens with paper trading, and it's really annoying, especially if you're like invested in that paper trading account for a while. Do you usually sell CCs at the mid or aim closer to the ask? Usually the mid. Sometimes I might try to get like a few extra cents, but I'm generally selling them at fairly liquid strikes. You think ADB will continue on its downtrend? ADBE. Adobe. I mean, I think it's gonna leg down again, if that's the question. Like, this is a pretty clear rejection. I would look for maybe increased volume here, but may have already kind of missed the boat. I guess you could target like 380 and catch like the lower range. Doesn't seem terrible. I mean, this is kind of just like another short the SPY play, right? Like you're just expecting like a drop in the market. Like they don't have any earnings or anything coming up. So, yeah, I mean, it doesn't look bad, but I'd want to be kind of near the money if I was getting puts on it. Tesla dead, bruh. Yeah, it's moving back down into my like low price targets, Victor. If you get assigned with cover calls or Jimmy for shares that you've had for over a year, does that restart the short term versus long term? Yes. Thank you so much, Bacon Sisters. Just in case you skipped over it, I want a Hasselback chicken. If you want one, let me know and I'll make extra. What? Was it like you're slicing a chicken breast and stuffing it? No hike in August. September is the next one, right? How do we stop oil and food price increases? Fix the supply chain? Isn't this 2+2 for the other extension request of FTDs, or are there no FTDs? Today's FTDs are brought to you probably by June 17th. So they're probably not terrible. I don't think it's going to have a lot of effect like to the upside, but it could stabilize us. I had two splits, Jimmy and Google, that didn't split correctly. Options disappeared. Uh, What's HV30 versus IV30? IV30 is the implied volatility of at the money strikes for 30 days till expiration. Historic volatility is the 30 days, the last 30 trading days volatility on the underlying. So it's the like 30-day historic IV30, and then the IV30 is the implied volatility for 30 days into the future. So if you say, you know, like if IV30 into the future is rising above historic volatility, that could imply bigger moves incoming for the underlying. I got a bug in my paper account months ago with SQQQ split. It gave me an extra erroneous 200K in stock and ruined the game for me. Yeah, sometimes you just got to restart because it's buggy. There's paid paper trading services that can be better, but who the fuck wants to pay to paper trade? CapEx is exploding and the negative effects of demographic collapse are beginning to be felt by all. Tesla's target still 778, or is that adjusted at all? 778, I believe, is my mid. Yeah. PT 778. It can continue to fall. It could fall as low as like 750. But you know, at 778, you probably want to set up some nice stops. You should already at that point be super fucking profitable, right? Even at the mid, like at the mid this morning, like when it opened, obviously it opened below my mid target. It stabilized there in the after hours, but it opened below. So you know, I shed some of the position. I shed like the shorter expiry legs, like the shit that was going to expire this Friday, and I'm still holding the 8.5 puts. Those have stops on them of like 10%. I'll tighten those up when it hits 778. And then, you know, just kind of see what happens. I'd be surprised if it hits 778 before tomorrow. It could, but I'd be surprised. So, you know, Wednesday is still an uncertain economic event, right? So you can de-risk your positions going into it, or you can carry your positions through it. That's a decision you have to make based on how you think that's gonna go. What's their defense for that existing? Oh, they create liquidity. ETFs create liquidity, which lowers volatility, right? That's the defense for that existing. That's why, you know, market makers are allowed to create liquidity. All sources of synthetic liquidity are kind of defended by the case that they create less volatility in the markets and encourage investor confidence. MNST. I really don't want to. This has been kind of stagnating since it hit its peak. We talked about this, I think, like a couple weeks ago. It seems to have peaked out here. It's a very nice cup and handle. Cup and handles only have like a 50% reliability rate. So be wary of that. This one's, you know, textbook, very well formed. But you know, I would expect to drop back to like the 91 level before the handle plays out. The handle could also get rejected. It may not. This usually precedes large price increases. So there's an opportunity here. I'd have a little more confidence if you see the handle bounce here, and it moves back up into like the $98 range. You might want to enter like DCA a little bit into the long side, but I mean, they've been doing pretty well since March though. Didn't they just buy out like a beer manufacturer or something? I don't really know that much about the company. Or, well, not recently. Maybe you play with more people cooking at home. I mean, they do well seasonally, I think. Close out and reposition to spy puts? Up to you. What's the legit reason that APs need to... CCs are printing over and over again since Friday. Thanks for all the knowledge and skills you passed on. No problem, man. $75%, another 75% in September is more likely. Yeah, probably. But that would be bad, right? A lot of the most recent rally was based on the idea of a drop to 50% in September. If they maintain the rate at 7.5 to 1 into September, that'll kill some of the confidence in the market. Remember that, you know, they don't want the speculation to start bubbling, right? So they don't want the market to get frothy. So, you know, they're more likely to be hawkish the higher the SPY is trading. And they really don't want the SPY trading like 400, 420. Use a cost basis calculator online and guess and check to get my CB divided by 4. Okay. Thoughts on Snap at these prices? Lowest it's been in years. It's decent, but you could be holding it a while. It's cheap. I mean, I might average my position down. I'm a little underwater on it. Mostly because I forgot that I owned it, but I sold some CCs on it, and those are doing okay and kind of helping make up the difference. Stock seems to have lost some of its magic since the split. Something about us being above 100 was a nice look. Sure. I mean, it's only split for like 2 days, and it's mostly gone just straight down, right? You got to give it some time, man. What's the meaning behind the natural logarithm of a number? Off. Have you used the stop loss to take profit that WeBull just added? I set 15% stop loss and 50% take profit and move my take profit around. Yeah, you can do that. I've never really fucked with it. I usually just use stop limits. I also don't trade like a ton on Webull. Most of my trading's on IBKR where I have algorithmic stops, so I don't really have to do a lot of work. Thoughts on the Q? What? Do you think they'll pump the market for the JPOW speech tomorrow? Probably not. I think the Fed speech will create a lot of volatility, though. So expect, you know, big up and down moves. This one's pretty highly anticipated. Are my 4.5 BBBY CCs going to get assigned? They expire this week. Good question. Probably. I don't know. It could drop 20 cents in the next 2 days. If the economic news comes in bad, I think you'll be okay. Given the daily GME pattern is typically down, sideways, up, it seems like it makes the most sense to sell CCs in the morning before the first drop. Or does the timing not matter that much? I mean, the timing matters. Obviously, like, you know, if you time it well, with all options, you're gonna get, you know, better returns. I'm underwater on BBBY. Can I forget that I own it too? I mean, if you're gonna stay in it, you might as well. Like DFV said, give it 2 weeks and see what happens. Yeah, see, you know, a lot of that like incessant talking about it just leads to more uncertainty, right? If you're confident in the play on BBBY, just fucking hold it and wait. Buy more if you can, or if you want to. Don't if you don't. If you don't have confidence in it, sell it, right? But there's just not that much to talk about until something happens. Do you trade GME or HODL? I've never sold a single share of GameStop. Not once. There's a lot of other stocks I haven't sold a single share of. Although I've tried. Like Amazon keeps fucking me pretty hard. But no, I don't sell my GameStop. Just whittle the cost basis down. I had confidence in Palantir. Yeah. Well, you know, they're doing a bit better lately. They're starting to make, well, less negative earnings. So still uber bull. I mean, I'm like, at this point, I'm just like a long-term investor, right? I have been for a long time. I really, I haven't given a shit about the squeeze since probably November was the last time I really saw any potential for it. So bullish on a squeeze, not so much. Bullish on the long term and consistent volatility, yeah. Not even at 340. No, I sold in the money covered calls in March. And then in June I had a lot of options, but I used most of those profits to exercise like options that I'd bought in February. So in February I had like a bunch of leaps that I bought. I bought some before the congressional meeting, like the House Financial Services Committee meeting, and then I bought a shitload more after. I think I didn't finish exercising those till early October. And I just used my profits to exercise those along the way. And then after October, I've increased shareholding, but mostly through like getting assigned on CSPs, stuff like that. You've never gotten assigned on a GME covered call? Nope. To be fair, last year I only sold them once. And then this year I started selling them in March and I haven't been assigned yet. I've bought a couple back, but I've never been assigned. I sold Amazon CC 118 last week for this Friday, hoping to get assigned. I'll have to roll them on Thursday. Welcome to the club, Willem. I've sold in the money Amazon covered calls for 30 DTE like twice, 3 times now, and I still haven't been fucking assigned. It's like nobody wants the goddamn shares, regardless how in the money they are. UPS breaking out. I made 50%. Nice. Many of us just aren't used to how long it can take some of these plays. Patience is something many new investors have to learn. That's true. It takes time. You know, like I always use this as an example because it's a good one. Um I held AMD from 2012, and then doubled down in 2015, and didn't start selling it until last year. So, think of the time frame on that. And that was a very similar situation to GameStop, right? It was a dying company. New management and CEO came in hoping to turn things around, and they were very successful at it. But it took time. It took a lot of fucking time. It's not a short play. And they had similar types of advantages that GameStop has now. And their management and leadership took advantage of that and vastly improved the company. It still gets shorted to shit. Nothing's changed on that front, but the value has markedly increased. Remember when this whole saga started and the apes were ignorant enough to think that you buying puts was single-handedly crush the stock? Good times. uh, no, I don't have that much money. Put split, my cost basis is not around 34. Is this good, or should I... Is around... That's a confusing sentence. Numbers can be fun. Post split, my cost basis is not around 34. Is this good, or should I keep trying to lower it? I'm not sure. Do you mean your cost basis is around 34? If it's not around 34, what's it around? I would say right now, a good cost basis on GME would be sub $30. I'm killed with downvotes and Superstock. Every time I mention that GME actually making money is what will make shorts close. Is that line of thinking flawed? Why would shorts close if GME isn't profitable? No, it's not. It's a perfectly accurate assessment of how shorts get closed out. But no one wants to believe that to be true. Like, no one wants to think that Cohen's best bet at turning the stock around is to create a profitable company. They want to bet that, some sort of, short squeeze situation will occur. And they think that the actions they're performing day over day are somehow contributing to an increased likelihood of that short squeeze happening, when in fact, really all they're doing is registering their shares. I'm stuck on previous numbers for support resistance. Where is our new support at? If you check the daily DD, I've been building them up over the last couple days. There's there's going to be new ones, obviously. So there's a few in there. They're not locked in yet. There's still some room on them, but estimates at least, and you could probably copy those. You still think oil will go down hard eventually? I still think it can have another rally into the later half of the summer. I think speculation on that second rally might be diminished, though. How low on Baba before you buy Leaps? It's tempting at these prices for me, to be honest. I bought Leaps the last time it was trading in like the low 80s, and I've been kind of holding on to those ever since for the long side. If I hit near that price target again, I'd probably buy more. But sub 100, I would definitely want them sub 100. Honestly, the stock should be trading at like 160, 178 at a minimum. So it's, even at these prices, leaps are good, but you want to make sure that you have enough time because, with the constant lockdowns and stuff, it's really offsetting the promise of QE from the Chinese government. That'd be nice. My brokerage says in the money options have mandatory execution per SEC regs. Yeah, that's not true. The counterparty doesn't have to fucking exercise anything if they don't want to. A statement about MOASS sounds like a total 180. Congrats on switching careers to full-time YouTuber who collects money. What's that saying? Live long enough, something something, November. No, it's not a 180. I've been saying that for like 6 fucking months. You just don't pay attention. DJBD put their tickle in my jar. Perpetually hold options to get a loss like that was the goal. Yesterday started planning better and made 200 and already 550 this AM on some puts. Breaking the what if it keeps running, which always winds up as a huge loss. Thanks for all you do. Goal equals $200 a day print. Nice, man. Oh, dude, thank you so much. Fuck yeah, that's awesome. Congratulations. Stick with it. AMD got down real low during that time too. Yeah, longs still hold the chain. We're below delta neutral, so slipping, but still above gamma neutral. This is from last night. I'm not sure if there's an update yet or not. Joker bought AMD in '09, sold the majority of his position in Q4 last year, made a fucking killing. It was a great stock. I still have 1,000 of my shares that I just like sell covered calls on, and I'm waiting for, someday it to hit 150 before I sell those off. Did you sell CCs on your AMD position early on? No, I didn't actually. I should have, but I didn't. Are you planning on DRSing your BBBY? No, because the company has so little money that it might actually put them out of business. Leave you a hint. My cost basis is somewhere between 32.95 and 42. Am I winning? Oh boy. Fuck you, popcorn trader. Can I sell a CC and set a stop on it so I don't get assigned? Or do I have to consistently monitor it ready to buy to close? You can set a stop on them. Just remember that it's inverse a long call. So we're now in a more similar situation that Tesla was in. Well, no, because we're not a, massive electric car manufacturer with tons of assets. But there's similarities in like the volatility positions and ETF exposure. Buffett has been buying up Oxy. Oil will probably have another run. Yeah, don't forget Buffett will also probably own that stock for 40 fucking years. And long after he's dead. Too many pours in chat. RSS finding out they were in a cult for 14 months. Coming in asking, how do you even stock market? I'm seeing a lot of that. You're not a real YouTuber until you have a merch store, poser. I know. Is using RSI and CCI redundant? A bit. Although some would argue that using RSI is redundant. Is DRS like your older brother giving you an unplugged controller and pretending like you're doing something when really is nothing? Yeah. Thoughts on buying 100 shares of AMC to sell covered calls? Disgusting. Wouldn't care if I get assigned because they're short-term versus long-term GME that I have to resetting to short-term if assigned. I'll just tell you the fucking rate. Hold on. So AMC buy rights. AMC buy rights are like 16.8%. It's not terrible, but to recoup your initial investment, you would need 400 days roughly. So that's kind of shitty, right? And then you've still got to own fucking AMC. I mean, your real hope there is that you get assigned at a higher strike than you bought in at. I don't feel like that's a guarantee on AMC. It's probably not the worst, but there's better stocks. Pickle laid out a path to MOASS back in November. A huge chunk of retail ignored it and DRS'd instead. Now the situation has changed. It's not that difficult to understand. It's like, yeah. Why, for the love of God, won't my AMCCCs get assigned? I keep rolling my price down and no one wants my bags. Are they in the money? Just sell them in the fucking money if you're trying to get rid of them. That's a good question to ask yourself when you buy a long-term investment. Would I feel good letting my kids inherit this position? Ugh. Don't say things like that to me, Dork, okay? What website is it that you looked at for buy rights? You just look at a calculator. Look up buy right calculator. I did it. I did it on Market Chameleon, but there's free ones. Options Profit Calculator has one for free. You don't have to pay anything for it. For a play, you're confident in like the SPY puts right now. Do you set a stop loss to be safe? What's a good percent stop loss to manage risk, but not to stop out if it has a short run up? The problem with the SPY puts going into tomorrow, and normally, yeah, I would have a stop on them, is that we could experience like extreme volatility after the Fed meeting. And if you have a stop, you could get very quickly assigned, right? So I'd watch it. Like if I had a stop, I'd probably pull it back here, and then let the play run. But I don't have anything set right now. I mean, I'm pretty confident in the market just going down. If it starts to move against me drastically, I might set one. So I wonder if SS says they won't sell a penny less than 250,000 now that we have a split. Who gives a shit, honestly? Like, what a waste of time to even talk about them. My grandpa bought a bunch of stocks back in 1940s and passed them to my mom, who's now in her 70s, living off the dividends still. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I bought the puts for the Fed news and GDP data. How would you invest your money if you'd be looking for 10 to 15% gains per year? I'd probably wait until the end of the bear market and then invest in growth, I guess. I mean, I assume you're referring to actual investing and not trading. When I invest, I always ask the question, will my future kids need to bag hold this position for me after I die? CS has been sued repeatedly for selling people's shares. Shh. Don't spread FUD, Fluffy, even if it's completely true, accurate, and backed by court documents. How can you say the situation has changed when the shorts never covered? We never had a squeeze. It was FOMO per SEC report, so squeeze is still on the table. No, the shorts don't need to cover. I think that's the biggest mistake everyone makes, is they think somehow the shorts need to cover. They don't. They simply create FTDs on GME, which they then wash through ETFs, and then cover. It's not that complicated. You just launder them and then get rid of them. Everyone's under the assumption on super stock. This is the core super stock belief, is that you need a real share to close a short position. This is false. And once you realize this is false, you'll realize basically everything else they say is also false. If that makes you afraid, uncertain, or doubtful, good, you should be. Shill, thanks. How do you close a short position? You return a share. Can you explain what happened Jan 28th? I have, repeatedly. Lots of people bought shitloads of options, which triggered a Volga-Vana squeeze on volatility swap positions that were currently open on GameStop. The increasing price forced some shorts to close, others to package up their short positions, and probably long-term derivatives, which will never see the light of day, nor are they exposed to intraday volatility or price action on the underlying stock. And the rest of the obligations offset through ETFs over the following 7 quarters. We never gamma squeezed because no one ever exercised options, and we never short squeezed because shorts never close. If anything, they just short more at the top. If anyone is feeling afraid, remember the first to sell makes the most money. Thanks, Jay Fresh. This feels like an SS intervention of sorts. Remember to tell them you still love them. Still, there's some sense to it in the way that satisfying the short with a synthetic leads to an FTD, which needs to be settled. Then on and on we go. Yeah, there is some. Well, don't forget that those FTDs are then covered with creation from ETFs, which creates a fail in the ETF, which has an unlimited pool of liquidity in order to settle FTDs because of their variable float size. Assuming that Fed confirms a recession on the 28th, what would be a good strike to sell CCs for on GME on 729? In the money, deep in the money? Hold on. What was I? Let me read that again. Assuming the Fed confirms a recession on the 28th, what would be a good strike to sell CCs for GME on the 729? In the money, deep in the money? Could be risky. We're already kind of approaching low resistances now. I mean, we're not very far off of like what was previously 126.70. I don't know how much more downside I would bet on. Unless you want to get assigned, in which case, you know, you can just sell in the money whenever. But if you want to hold your position and continue to generate income off of your shareholding, then I would probably not target in the money calls ever. Unless we have like a defined OPEX run where the downside is almost guaranteed. I put my entire net worth, $43.29, into SPY all-time high before the quarter end. Am I winning? No. The market is even more fraudulent than it appeared at first glance. Not necessarily fraudulent. There's just loopholes. And those loopholes are put in place to ensure that a system that trades almost nothing but synthetics can continue to do that. Stop rubbing your eyes. What are other ways to close the position? You just return a share. It doesn't matter if it's real or fake or, you know, you stole it from someone's grandma. You just return a share and your short position is closed. You can average up underwater short positions the same way you can average down underwater long positions. Will you be buying puts on GME? I might be closing my currently open puts on GME. But then there would be more shares traded than existed. There were more shares traded than existed every single fucking day of January. We've traded now post split billions and billions and billions of fucking shares of GameStop in the last year and a half. Just remember, everyone's trying to argue with Gurk. He's smarter than you, and he knows what he's talking about. Sometimes. I mean, I'm definitely not the smartest person in the world, and I think to assume that you're the smartest person in a room is kind of foolish. It probably means you're not the smartest person in that room. So what I'm hearing is shorts didn't cover a single share. No, they probably did. Just not in the way you'd expect. Get out of here with your logic. Sorry. I need to put quotes around real share because there's no such thing as a real or fake share. A share is a share is a share. They're not serialized nor tracked. You know this, they don't. It's weird too because you'd think they would understand that given their obsession with DRS. Like they're all about registering and ensuring the serialization of a portion of the float, but ignoring the fact that none of the other existing shares traded are serialized or registered. Yeah, I'm doing great. I I gave up caring what Superstonk thought about me a long time ago. Why are you talk about why you're still holding the stock? Because much like the original thesis for GameStop, I think long term the company has very real potential for growth and value improvement for long term shareholders. Meanwhile, it is a highly valuable volatility asset. It remains extremely volatile. We are losing some recently, but I'm sure that'll go back up again. And as long as those two things are a play and present future potential, I will stay in the stock. Also, my cost basis is cheap as fuck, so I don't care. How does XRT remain on the threshold list if ETFs have infinite liquidity? The threshold list has nothing to do with their underlying liquidity. It has to do with the number of FTDs on the ETF at a given time. And very likely, XRT is placed on the threshold list in order to advantage short sellers. They simply don't cover FTDs for a period of time, get it listed on the threshold list by packing obligations into it, and then they get an extra 13 trading days on top of their already extensive failure period in order with in which to cover those FTDs. So, an ETF already gets T plus 6 plus 35 plus 2 or 3 days maximum to cover an FTD. But if you threshold the ETF at the end of that period, you get an extra 13 days, which means even more advantage for or even more potential for arbitrage profit. I think you have 120, 125 bear call spread on Amazon. Should be able to buy these back with IV Crush or roll if things go south. Thoughts? Yeah, probably not terrible. I don't hate it for like an earnings play. I'll be doing the Jedi mind trick stuff on us. Hi-Fi said in an interview that my greatest strength is knowing I'm not always the smartest person in the room, but I'm smart enough to know who is and to learn as much as I can from them. I don't remember saying this. Or it means you're in the wrong room. Yeah, that's fair. Nice stuff, man. Are you avoiding my questions or do you hate me? I'm not. I've missed a lot of questions because the chat's going wild. My only issue with this whole situation is that we don't actually know what's going on, and that bugs me. Even if we can't manipulate the stock like the big boys, we should see the same info. I agree. I think transparency of market data is very important, and unfortunately, as long as market data remains extremely profitable, that's not going to happen. I think SS is expecting that DRS will once and for all prove the existence of synthetics, and that in itself will cause buy pressure. Yeah, no, because everyone already knows synthetics exist. The SEC has known about the shit going on with XRT since 2011. Many of these rules put in place, even now, they're still putting rules in place to protect synthetic liquidity in the market. This is not something that they are motivated to get rid of in any way. If you're so smart, how come I still lose money? Well, Popcorn Trader, I'm going to go with the fact that because you never ever listen to anything I have to say and you buy weekly calls at the highest possible strike. But that's your deal. One day maybe you'll hit, and then who will be laughing? Thoughts on Walmart during a presumably soon recession? I mean, they dropped pretty hard already, right? They'll probably do better once they're able to shed some of their inventory. Couple quarters, but so most, as we know it, is probably off the table, but high runs are still something during the wait for long-term value to be realized. Yeah. More Tesla puts today or wait for the Fed tomorrow? That's tough. If it moves back up to 8, there's some potential. But if it keeps chopping in this range, I don't know. I don't love it. There's a chance it legs down back to like 750 or maybe even lower, right? But it's a little risky. There's some pretty strong support at like 778, which it hasn't quite hit. I guess you have like what, $19 of downside. If you're gonna go like at the money, you're risking a bounce. Let's say if it breaks up to 795, then I would consider buying more puts. Otherwise, I'm just gonna hold on to the ones I have. No, I don't hate anybody. Did you talk about Google? You're an insider. Bullish or bearish for earnings? um, Google, I'm not really sure how that's going to swing. Probably not great. I can see them still being down as advertisers pull back. What does the new filing by the OCC mean? I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. I just sold my first 2 CCs at 37.50 for 8.5. How am I doing? Enough cushion, do you think? Yeah, you're pretty far out of the money. That's not always true. Sometimes I buy weekly puts at the lowest possible strike. Oh, Jesus. What effect would the removal of synthetics have on market-wide volatility? Market volatility would go up massively. So you agree manipulation of GME happens, and then synthetics are made, and that there are more shares than exist. There are more shares than exist of every single fucking stock traded in the market. The problem is those can be netted off and gotten rid of with zero consequence. So it doesn't matter if they manipulate GME and if synthetics are made. So you're trying to get me to agree to a point that's irrelevant. Do you have a long-term thesis on GME, or do you just plan on playing cycles until they dry up? I mean, I think GME is going to move into e-commerce probably more strongly in the next 3 to 5 years. That's what I would be betting on as a long-term investor. That's going to realize the most significant increase in their market cap. Caterpillar is just toying with me now. Hmm. Oop, there it goes. I didn't say there'd never be a squeeze. I just said MOASS, as people define it, is extremely unlikely. Improbable does not mean impossible, but the chances of it happening are millions to one. What do you think will happen in 3 years if the DRS number exceeds the total float? GameStop will release more shares. What do you think of Microsoft and Mega Tech earnings tonight? We'll see what happens. I think Microsoft could beat, but I think the other, well, maybe beat like a little bit, but I think Amazon and Google aren't going to be so great. I also think Apple's going to go down. What do you think of yesterday's BBY run at the end of the day? Was that just shares that FTD'd from Friday's major run? Possible. Sorry if I missed it. $8.26, $37 safe. No. I wouldn't sell covered calls into an OPEX period ever. Anyone know how they clear market-wide synthetic shares? CNS. We even have a song about it. CNS is maybe the most efficient net settlement system ever devised. It is perfect in its execution. No, they don't need to drop the market 25 to 50% to cover it. That's just when the shorts take profits. Ignore the FUD. Shorts never closed. I never said they did. I just said they don't need to. Market players would have to accept more extreme stock volatility swings as normal. Yeah, but that would discourage long-term investors from staying in the market. If you have BBY leaps that were down 90%, would you ride them into the ground or sell them and try to move down the chain in November? I don't know what to tell you, man. That's a big loss. How far out of the money are you? What's all that 1 in 1,000 talk? Just sold out of SPY puts at 45% profit. Think I got time for another entry before we see big downs? Maybe. If you can catch like a small rally today or something. Although it's really nosediving now. If it breaks down below 390, it may just not come back up much. You could try to target the lower leg, but it's riskier at like 385 and 380. You'd still want a lot of time on those, though. So they have over time made shorting easier and less risky. Yeah. If someone chooses to exercise my CC I sold, does it just happen? Or do I have a chance to buy it back before they get them? No, it just happens. That's the risk of holding open in the money CCs into close, is that you can just be assigned at any time. The new DD, Taste the Rainbow Prehistoric from this morning, is a must read. That guy's a fucking idiot. So it actually causes MOASS then. There isn't a way to compel shorts to close beyond bankruptcy. Yeah, nothing. That's the point. I feel like the whole SS has come here to FUD it out. They must be bored. They're scared. It's okay. Again and again, I will explain it until people get it, right? Do you ever go through and read the comments on DFE's YOLO posts from back in the day? Some hilarious stuff. Yep, I have. Hey Gurk, I'm super indecisive. What should I do for my birthday today? You should walk away from the markets. You should go out and enjoy some nice fresh air. Go for a walk. Treat yourself to a lovely dinner. Relax, watch a movie, have some wine. Make it about you, adopted by the Dans. Revel in the selfishness. Stopped passively investing in the 401k and started automatic buys in Jimmy 2x a month through CS. Jimmy is worth 10 what it is now, of what 10x of what it is now 5 years from now. Still playing options, but bullish as fuck long term. That's fine. I don't care if people DRS. I'm not going to try to get people to stop doing it. I do think it's disadvantageous to an individual shareholder because you can't sell covered calls. But if you have no interest in doing that, then that's fine. Nothing's wrong with buy and hold. It does not cost Jamie anything for computer share. That's fake news. No, it's not. It's accurate and backed by lots of documentation. It does cost them something. We don't know exactly how much because GameStop cannot disclose that, but I suppose you could sue for the information if you really wanted to. What's your least favorite food garnish? Mostly any garnish where they overdo it. Parsley with the stem on it. Like I don't want shit I can't eat on top of my food. You ever seen the Jerry Maguire meme that DFE created? It's literally what RC is doing and following to make Jimmy great again. Dude was way ahead of his time. Wait, you don't have to close shorts even if the company's still running? I thought you don't have to close shorts if they go out of business. No, you just never close them. Right? If a company is overvalued and you short it, you wait until it's valued properly. The market can stay irrational for a long time. Shorts know this. They very rarely get squeezed out. It takes a series of crazy events, very much like January, to cause any shorts to get squeezed out. And even then, look how few actually did. You know, some people have been here longer will tell you that it's way more reliable to short GameStop at the top than it is to go long at the bottom. And that's absolutely true. Because GameStop is not worth $250 a share, not currently. So it's a very easy bet to make that it will go back down to what it's worth. So your choices are DRS or let your shares get abused and used against your best interest as a retail investor. No, false. Your choices are DRS or let your shares work for you and generate you income. You're long on the stock if you actually believe in it. You don't give a shit if someone shorts it. This is why long positions loan their shares out. They don't care. Go ahead and short it. I'll make money off of you shorting it. And then when the price goes up, I'll also make money. The MOASS happened on a market bull run. It did, along with a lot of other stocks running up. It put a lot of pressure on positions that were short during the COVID pandemic. You think that once the market turns around, GME will bounce big, short, and then have no excuse but to close? And then shorts will have no excuse but to close. They don't necessarily need to. It depends on how much money they have. Can they withstand it? I mean, think about it this way. They were able to manage their position when GME hit $483. They've done nothing but make money hand over fist since then. At least Citadel and Susquehanna have. So, you know, if it bounces enough to squeeze them out, sure. But, you know, the way our economy is going, you could be looking at a 5, maybe even 10-year window for a market turnaround, for a true bull market to return. The current economic situation isn't improving. And it's already very bad. There's so much up in the air. I mean, you know, Japan could sell out of treasuries and tank our market for 5 fucking years tomorrow. Can confirm, started selling CCs. I've made good income. Plus, you taught me something I can use on any stock for the rest of my life. You're welcome, man. I made a grand selling 4 calls literally 20 minutes ago. What's this guy on about my shares don't work for me? It's just that mindset, man. I actually want to get paid good money to have my shares abused, daddy. Thanks, turd. I made 5x more money buying Jimmy puts at the top than trying to time the bottom with calls. Ultimately, at the end of the day, this is all about making money. You can choose to do that or choose not to do that. It's up to you. The buy button was literally shut off. Not everywhere. Wound man. You could still buy. You just couldn't buy on Robinhood. Maybe if retail had been more educated going into it and had better brokers, they wouldn't have had that issue. They own like 1.3 trillion dollars in US debt. What happens if RC removes GME from the stock market? I'll sell. Because who the fuck wants to trade a publicly traded stock on a non-public exchange? There's all kinds of exchanges that nobody fucking uses. You don't take your NYSE traded stock as a public company and move it to some fucking blockchain exchange of your own creation. That's a death sentence. What was Ryan Cohen's tweets on short sellers about? I mean, I'm sure he's pissed off at the short sellers. They make his stock volatile, which disincentivizes long-term investors from buying it. If you look at institutional ownership of GameStop since the January squeeze, it's done nothing but fall off a cliff, to the point now where institutional owners ownership of GameStop is only represented in ETFs. There's barely any ownership outside of that. That means there's no big banks long GameStop, which means, you know, less mobility in financing for GameStop for their growth plans, which is not good for them. So the split reduces volatility. They will continue to attempt to reduce volatility. If that means more liquidation, it doesn't matter. until they can make the investment attractive to big long-term investors, they will do whatever they can to realize that goal. Cohen is building a company. He didn't invest in a fucking short squeeze, or he wouldn't have bought more than 10%. I have 1,200 shares in a 401k at Merrill Lynch. Can I sell CCs and make some profit in that account? I'm not sure if you can sell CCs out of your 401k. You might be able to. I would call Merrill and ask them. One of my favorite things, people that complain about how they removed the buy button to stop MOASS still think they're going to let the stock run to millions for some reason. They think they won't have a choice. When's the next OPEX? August 19th is the next expiration. I know you can sell options in Roths, but I'm not sure if you can in a 401k. And it's dependent on which broker you're with. You sound like the anti-DFV right now. No, I'm trying to tell people that, you know, you're not buying a stock for short-term price improvement, but for long-term gains. That's exactly what fucking DFV told people. That's why DFV didn't sell his fucking position in January. That's why I haven't sold my position. It's not anti-DFV, it's just people have forgotten what DFV said. They've twisted it and warped it to their own narrative as much as they feasibly can. No wonder he fucking walked away. But if RC moves the stock to Craigslist, you have to compete against him to sell your covered calls. True. Is it collusion if hundreds of companies move from the NYSE, NASDAQ to a blockchain exchange? They won't. People don't like to change the status quo, especially not giant corporations. Where's your School of Stock CC video on the School of Stock channel? Why would DFE fucking DRS his shares? Anybody who thinks that's insane. He would sell covered calls. Why? Because he's not an idiot. Is it really not true that short selling comes with infinite risk? I'm not expecting some ridiculous top like they're smoking hopium, but I do expect shorts to get squeezed at some point to a new all-time high. I think, you know, shorts will exit long before they're squeezed, right? When the idea of infinite risk is presented, they will simply close. And yes, that can cause the price to drive up to all-time highs. But there's really no proof that those shorts exist or that they're exposed to GameStop's price action. So if they took those shorts and made an agreement with some big bank, one of the primes, to carry that risk, right? And they package it up in a total return swap. That total return swap can just get rebalanced every quarter for 10 years. They can roll it over after 10 years for 20 years, and they can pay off that loss forever. And no matter what GameStop's price does, their position will remain risk averse to the underlying. Like you're not gonna crack through that extra layer unless they go out of business for some other reason, or they can no longer sustain payments on that debt. But that's very unlikely. There's a break point for institutions like that. Once they get that big, they can no longer fail. Yeah, it's what's the name of that website? Hold on. It's called Trading Economics. Kegels. Contrary to popular opinion, I think you did not take over where Warden left off, but where DFE did. DFE literally had a channel teaching an audience how to trade and make tendies. Yeah. Crick to lie, you know DFE would full port into MMAT. He definitely wouldn't. Shorting AMC when it's running in tandem with GME would totally disrupt that swap. But who's gonna do it? Housing numbers didn't come in good. They didn't come in really bad either. I mean, they're bad, but they're not fucking terrible. So, does the MBS debt from 2008 still exist today? Oh, yeah. I'm long forever. All my CC profits are now used to buy more shares to sell more contracts infinitely. If a gang or tards do the same, the price will rise indefinitely. I welcome short sellers. Yeah. Come short it. I fucking dare you. That's so enlightening, dude. I would send you a super chat, but you were rich and I am poor. Dude, you don't have to donate here, man. It's like nobody's been listening to you for the last year. You state the facts daily. Denial of facts to satisfy the hopium mindset is strong. It's gonna weaken. Seems like a lot of comments lean towards trying to fuck the hedgies. Can you redraw your cartoon of how retail can fuck hedgies? The one with the swing, it might help. Been a while since I could watch the stream now. I'm back in the office. Just wanted to say thanks to the end of day wrap ups. They're awesome. Thanks, Nano. It's good to see you again, man. I'll keep them coming. People should be careful. Weekly calls are moving in on GME. Puts or calls? Calls? You never DM me anymore, JFresh. Tesla. Ooh. Wait, what's my resistance? Hold on, I don't have it on here. 778.25. Ah. Right? Pickle Cult membership fee. PS lowered my cost basis 125 on weekly CCs. Fuck yeah, man. Nice. Oh, God, that's fucking annoying. Tesla dead? Yeah. Ooh, I wonder if I should close some of my puts. Fuck, they're up so much. Potential downside? If it keeps breaking down, it could drop as low as like 750. Did any of the school stock videos cover assignment? I mean, what do you want to know about assignment? It's not. Yeah, it got hung up for like a second and it smashed back through. Any thoughts on the reverse repo market being at over 2 trillion daily? Is this meant to provide liquidity to banks, and PB? No, it's meant to reduce inflation due to an oversaturation of liquidity in the market. It's actually completely irrelevant to equities. Not in any discernible way. You choose which shares to sell if assigned on Fidelity. Yeah, you can choose like first in, last out, or last in, first out. If you're getting the big RRP number, scary. Haven't you been on RSS? Look up a user, you old man repo. And that'll give you all the information you need about reverse repo. Just look up his comments. He's a guy who used to work like fixed income, and he's very, very knowledgeable about that. You can choose specific lots as well. Yeah. I'd like to propose to you a question, one that you specifically that you've said is irrelevant or in fact false. What? Been here since day one. You've literally been SS rehab. Thanks for leading us out of the dark. PS made money on Amazon puts from my first pickles picks this week. Nice, dude. Congratulations. What membership level gets pickles licks? I mean, you can just come over. You plan to carry your SPY puts overnight? They're already up 50%. It doesn't look like it's getting better, right? And breaking 390 is huge. There's like a lot of downside room here. Who the fuck is TradingView? It's being a little bitch. You can never capture the fucking TradingView window on the stream. This is driving me fucking insane. I am the king of paper trading. Goddamn. Here, I'll just show you guys on. I can't get fucking TradingView to work, so I'll just show you on here. There's a lot of fucking room to the downside. Even if you just consider like these channels, like this narrower channel outside of volatility, we could see a drop to like 387 before finding any support. If the Fed news comes in bad, though, I think we're going to head back down towards like the 370s. I was able to make 50% on my Tesla and SPY puts. Thank you. Thank you for all the help. Made up a small portion of my overall GME loss. Nice, man. Congratulations. Thank you so much, dude. I've been thinking about TBLT warrants. You think those will be used with the share offering to create an options chain? It's possible. Yeah, they may add an options chain. Can assignment be used to your advantage if you're wanting to own shares? Would it be better to buy shares, or does premium and any gains for selling CCs make it a better deal? I mean, assignment on CSPs could be advantageous if you want to buy shares and you're getting them at a cheap cost basis, right? So you have a cost basis of like $33, right? And you're selling CSPs at 32 plus a premium of like $1.50, right? If you get assigned here, you know, you're buying 100 shares for $30.50, which effectively lowers your overall cost basis if you want to buy shares. So yeah, I mean, it can be turned to your advantage. And you can, you know, you can get that price on the shares even if the stock itself never drops that low, right? Housing stuff was bad, but not super terrible. I'm using the desktop software. It's just, it won't, like, OBS really hates trying to capture it for some reason. Oh, wait, it just worked for a second. You piece of shit. There it goes. So yeah, lots of room to the downside. Some support here, like I said, 387. If it slips 387, probably headed back towards 380. But again, support to the downside at like 378. So, you know, these are the levels you want to look out for. This one where we're trading at right now is key. 390. 390 is a really important resistance. Thanks so much for this knowledge and the mindset needed to trade properly. And everything else I've been able to learn from you and the community you've cultivated here. Hope the AC is fixed and the bees are gone. So far, so good. My AC is working and I have my window closed, so wish me the best of luck. When you sell CCs, do you sell weekly contracts or do you sell monthly contracts and buy them back near the end of each week? It depends. Sometimes I'll sell like weekly and bi-weekly. On OPEX runs, like a confirmed run with a high volume upside, then I will sell in the money covered calls for like 30 DTE roughly, depending on where we are in the cycle. Not super in the money, but like 10-15% in the money. I haven't been assigned on them yet. Not to say that I can't be assigned on them. You could be. But I've been okay with, you know, scalping that 15% of the proceeds off of my, you know, underlying shares. And then outside of that, I sell out of the money weeklies or bi-weeklies, depending on how confident I am in the price action, either continuing down or remaining flat. Have any recent success on the scanner you and your buddy were building? You know, we actually haven't done a lot of work on it in a while. He has a like a small crypto fund that he runs, and so he's been really busy with like crypto winter going on and all of that, and like the massive fall off in cryptocurrency. You know, so he hasn't really been around. I'm sure once things normalize over there, we'll have a little bit more time to work on it. But we always have other stuff in the works. I finished TA, the financial markets. I'm learning small cap Momo trading. Okay. Should I read another book on the list or read TA again? Maybe you know, explore some of, especially if you're trading small caps, knowing and understanding valuations is very important. You don't want to, because you don't want to end up bag holding a pile of shit, right? And you need to know where your risk lies in the stocks that you're buying into. You know, it goes beyond just understanding support and resistance, right? You also need to understand the value of the companies you're investing in. You'll find that if you look at the stocks that I generally buy, they're valuable. They present long-term value. Even if I'm just trading them, they have their support is backed by something beyond just sentiment. Any comment about the computer share post last night and the subsequent apology and correction this morning? Legit fuck up? Probably. I really don't know anything about. I saw the tweet. I thought it was funny, but like obviously it wasn't accurate. Try OBS capture area feature when it's being a pain might work better. Yeah, but then it's gonna like capture my like all my other shit too. That's the problem with that. Like I just want to capture the one window, and I have like 12 windows open. Tesla broke 770. Ooh. Yeah, this looks bad. This is awesome. I guess I'll build up some. Normally, I would just do this in Billionaires because I really don't want anybody who's inexperienced trying to trade Tesla, but I'll throw up some lower support resistance trends here. Here, 766.96 is important. There's another one here at 751. roughly 750, 51, 52. So let's say 750. These are the next two important downside resistances for Tesla. It's very possible Tesla falls back to its previous descending trend here. This is at 700. It's risky though to try to carry through that, and will require quite a lot of money. But pay attention to it, I guess. Remember that Tesla is one of the most unpredictable and volatile stocks. And especially betting on its downside is extremely risky. Do not enter into positions on Tesla lightly. You will lose money, and you will lose it fast. Have you set stops on your SPY puts? I mean, like some really wide limit sells, but that's it. I probably haven't even remembered to do it over here. Yeah, yeah. Should probably set some stops here. Thanks for reminding me. I always forget to set stops on my positions in WeBull. Hold on. I want to get rid of these fucking bullshit free stocks. 1 second. Not a ton of volume relative to the sell-off. Probably just a small relief rally. Looks like it's already getting rejected. But markets are irrational like Amazon. I mean, it rallied this morning, but it's already coming back down again. I'm thinking it'll probably move down to the lower leg of my projected price range for it this week. Like it hit the mid, but I still think there's potential for it to keep going down. If I can catch like a mid or end of day rally back above like 116, I'll probably buy some more puts. I don't have any right now. was a bit of a slow bleed. Visa's looking more and more attractive. IV's not crazy. See if that breaks back down. If it goes under 210 today, I might go long for earnings. You just says the area captures the only picks of the part of the screen you want it to. I'm not 100% sure. That's on CRSP, daily high, defying the SPY up 2.5%. I actually own some of this. It's having a nice bounce. Yeah, it looks good. Nice entry if you're trying to play the long side. I don't know how quick it'll be realized, but couple weeks out, like $80 calls look really nice right here. Not as affected by the drop in the market. Also already very undervalued. Somehow I've only made money on Tesla. That's luck. I'm planning my Tesla investment to be a stable of horses worthy of getting flight attendants to drop their panties. Have you looked at weeklies on Meta versus Goog? How many options are trading for $8 on Meta, $3.50 on Google? Makes you want to sell options on Meta. Probably not a terrible idea. I'd be careful with it, but like naked ones, it's really dangerous. If you're looking to play the lower end of the Tesla downside, how much theta would you buy yourself? Probably like August 12th or 19th. Probably more like just tying up a shitload of capital toilet wine for no apparent reason. I don't know if I'd be interested in selling $4 CSPs on Bobby. How many hours a day off stream do you spend doing DD? The rest of it? Because, well, I mean, like, normally I'd be doing more research during, like, market hours and stuff, but because of the stream, I really don't have that opportunity. So yeah, I just, like, usually until, like, 2 or 3 in the morning. I also, like, you know, trade futures and stuff after market close, and things like that. Hey, I'm a pickle, but what is that lower Amazon range? Go look. Finally started to take advantage of Pickles picks. I've never seen so much green in my port. Thanks for all you do. You're the man. Just remember that they're all not going to be 100% successful, right? Just like anything else. So, you know, do your own due diligence. Use them as a guideline to finding your own plays. Don't try to rely on them, because that won't teach you anything. What do you think a good call price target for Jan leaps on GME? 40 or further out of the money? 40 is not terrible. 35's better. If I were buying leaps, I'd probably want to buy them in the mid-range of potential price action, not at the top of potential price action. Your crystal ball about AMC getting into the 13s this week was spot on. How do I ascertain a version of your crystal ball? Years and years and years of experience. Thoughts on 3230 bull put spread on GME. End of week expiry. We got more room to the downside. 32 short, 30 long, I assume. This is not awful. I kind of like bull put spreads on GME right now, but they're not like the best profitability, if you know what I mean. Nice, OG. I got some regret for not trusting my hatred of BBBY. Gerd presents ideas, and it's on us to decide what to do with the info. Any chance Baba goes below 100 today, tomorrow? I mean, it's skirting 100 right now, right? It could drop off into the latter half of the day. More. It's kind of toying with the resistance at 100. My target is kind of this 98 range, and I would have been in and out of this yesterday, honestly. Like I would have just bought puts at open at the money and been out on that test of 98, but I didn't. I was busy with other plays. So today, yesterday I bought in at like $98 puts. Today at market open I bought 103. I should probably sell off some of my 103 puts because I only have weeklies on this. I do think more downside is possible. The gap's filled now, so it could see like a little rally back to like 102 before moving down more. We'll see. I mean, this also may not fully play out till tomorrow, right? A lot of the downside potential for this week is still unrealized, waiting on that economic data. Do you also find it fascinating, just by saying the word Kegels, you can get 1,300 viewers to start doing Kegels simultaneously? I haven't really thought about it that much. Any thoughts on comp? Wait, what? I don't know what you're asking. So hold my 395p. Up to you. I mean, I'm holding mine, but they're for August. So if you have weeklies or something, that might be much greater risk. Jimmy's not doing well when viewership's under 3K. It's okay. They always come back. To be fair, usually in this part of the cycle, viewership's down to like 1,100. So it's higher a little bit. Also, I said some mean things today, so that always gets rid of like a couple hundred people. Are you looking to play the upside on the Tesla rebound? Sure. I just don't think it's going to happen for a little while. RSI moving up. Well, prices stagnant is bearish. Yes. Can be. Yeah. seller exhaustion can be peaking faster. It's RSI kind of sucks, but sure. I think my 28.75 CSP for GME is safe this week. Probably. Unless we go down really fucking hard with the market tomorrow and the next day. $90 likes? Dude, it's way more than 90 likes. It's like 700 something. It could be 1,000, but I get it. I'm up 53% on August 5th, 35 Cs. Should I sell and reposition? Does this fit into the condition to sell you mentioned yesterday? It does. The problem is lowering puts you in a range of greater risk, right? So you're already pretty tight to the current price. The options you sold are 0.3 delta. And if you lower significantly, like beyond like rolling down to 34s, which nets you 31 additional dollars in credit, you're starting to get into that like 0.4 range, which is quite risky. So take that into account when planning to roll down options positions. Don't forget about your delta and like the probability therein. Ooh. I'm not really playing the short side of this, but fuck did it get hammered. Oh no, my Costco. Yeah, I'm not gonna sell that. This is the second time Costco's dropped because Walmart's shit. You should have a negative cost basis in a couple months. I think so. 90 days for GME. If we get an OPEX run, 90 days. Thanks, Saituba. Are you holding entering any VXX for tomorrow's Fed? I have my hedge. Still. I rolled some of it on SLD, but SLD wasn't really very dramatic this time around. So I didn't get out of all of it. So yeah, I'm gonna try to reposition a lot of my like VIX hedge with the Fed meeting tomorrow. And then I may play something short on it. Short term, sorry, not short. I'm gonna go long on volatility, but I may play something shorter term on it. Never mind, just refreshed. 795. 60 credit for one, ties up 144 of buying power. Not terrible. No, it's pretty good. What's a good rule of thumb range for Delta to sell covered calls? If you don't want to be assigned, lower than 0.3. How many CCs did you sell this cycle? 680. If I sold my own CCs, wouldn't I just be posting 100% collateral and shares? Wouldn't that mean I'm delta hedging at 1? Yes, theoretically. If I'm just selling CCs for shares I own, isn't the delta for the MM hedge? Yes, you're selling based on the MM hedge. So the risk is, the market maker is pricing delta based on the odds of that contract going into the money. Try to think of it that way. So, the market maker at 0.3 delta, the market maker is betting that, it only has a 30% chance of going in the money, 0.2, 20, so on. I bought UVXY calls yesterday based on your thoughts about it being free money. Up 20% already, and expiry is September 3rd. Just remember, it can move very, very quickly. So don't be afraid to take profits, especially tomorrow if things get crazy. I had a stop limit for my 750 on my SPY put and just watch the price of the option go below that without the order being executed. What am I doing wrong? Where's your stop and where's your limit? Looking to enter some at the money or near the money Jan 24 leaps, maybe 35. Do you see this as a decent entry, or do you see better opportunities before a possible OPEX run? I mean, I think you could buy them at a lower price. How high does at the money CC premium usually go? During or at the end of an OPEX run? Quite high. Options pricing could be 10x what it is previous to the run. So selling CCs, do you get the amount you sell for immediately? Yeah. You can close them early too. It's called buy to close. So you can, you get the credit up front, and then if it's profitable, you can use that credit to buy it back, taking a small cut, from the credit you initially received. I sold 680 individual covered calls, DC. Bro, are you related to Russell Crowe? Gladiator to a market, father to a bunch of T-gens. Are you not entertained? Thank you. How much are your Tesla puts up today? About 125%. The ones I still have. Insane Dave, welcome to Dillionaire. I'm glad you figured it out. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream to the country club.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win.
Amazon breaking 116 again. Ooh. Close. Time to pull out of Tesla? Is there more downside potential? I mean, this looks bearish as fuck. You have more than 68,000 shares of GME? I do now. Yeah. I am now GME holder. Finally. Will you name one of your shares after me? I can name that one that I have printed out if I can find it. I'll just write Carl on it. Would it be a bad idea to double down on spy puts with this small rebound? Maybe not. I might pick up some. 385. I'll see. I filled. Cool. How much do you think your cover calls moved the market? I don't know. I remember when you bought one share at 169. I bought a lot of different shares at 169. To be that bullish again. TD Investor just told me I won't be able to sell dividend shares until it clears between August 4th and 6th. Anyone else get similar info from their brokers? That's the first time I've heard that one. Are those shares that you bought last week? Like shares that you purchased after the ex-dividend date? You can sell CCs on your cost basis at 47 now. Nothing's stopping you. Then your cost basis is lower, right? Don't let. Here's a really good rule to think about constantly while participating in the financial markets. Don't let grass grow under your feet. I bought last Monday. Okay, that's yeah, it can take a while. The due bills have to settle. MACD bearish cross on the daily confirmed. Probably. On Jimmy? Jimmy's. Oh, that's SPY. Sorry. Jimmy. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say it's confirmed, but it's likely to continue. Hmm. What percentage of your net worth is for day trading? My two trading accounts are, oh fuck, I don't know based off of net worth. I have like a short-term account that I keep at like 250 and like a swing account that I keep at 500. What are your thoughts on how much retail has been selling this split? Not as much as I would have expected, but obviously lower prices can exacerbate that. Chips are running. Check MU. Cool. I don't know about running. I mean, it went up 40 cents. Yeah, I wouldn't call that running. No, I meant K. Hypothetically, say ABKR messed up and credited 4 times as many shares when someone transferred back out of CS. Should they tell them or let IBKR work it out themselves? I mean, you just let them figure it out on their own, right? They will. Unity, I don't really know anything about them as a company. Looks like there's some accumulation going on, but this could go on for quite some time. Probably not a terrible entry, but it could leg down once more. I don't know how far down. Obviously, there's no historic support, but generally after this initial sell-off isn't the low, right? It's pretty rare for it to just immediately recover from here. I would expect if there's another downturn in the market, you might be able to see something in like the $26 range or something. As far as like anything about the company itself, I don't know. I stopped on my August 5th, 393. Spy puts for a 24% gain. A little frustrated, but getting back in will be tough. Oh, my stop was too tight. Should I go further out, say 390? I mean, I have 390s. They're doing quite well. August 5th's not a lot of time, but yeah, I mean, it might have been that your stop was too tight. That's fine. I mean, you took 24% credit. There's nothing to complain about there. I mean, yeah, you may have preferred to have followed the trend a little better, but I mean, 24% on an option is a solid profit. What other important economic data drops this week? Oh, there's a couple other things. Tomorrow morning, durable goods orders for June, which is pretty important. The GDP rate, and then Friday, personal spending and personal income, which will also probably be pretty shitty. I think the current, like the forecast is, they're forecasting improvement, but I could see it going down even further. I think Walmart's very telling on that front that we're going to see personal spending go down even more. The Fed meeting tomorrow. What strike price would you suggest for the SPY? puts with the expected bad news. I've never purchased puts before. Well, remember, they're going to be more up priced. Like, they're going to price them higher as we move closer to that, especially with today's drop in the market. So I would probably be looking at like something closer to the money, maybe like 390. I think the slip of 390 is very possible, but moving further down is going to require some pretty bad news. Like 385 and stuff are pretty risky. Like there's potential there, but they're definitely risky. How come you're not playing weeklies? I don't know. I can afford to buy the theta. Why not? Because I kind of expect the SPY to drop slowly, not just like tank. And because of this, like because of my slower drop expectation, so I expect it to come down through the Fed meeting and then through the GDP data. But I think it can drop like all the way into like next Monday. And so I'd rather have the longer dated calls that I can just kind of carry through the price depreciation. You entering puts for Shop and Amazon earnings? I might enter some puts for Shopify. Some more. I have some Shopify puts already that are in the money, but I may enter a few more. We'll see. It's not really entirely based on their earnings. It's also based on the fact that their company's a pile of shit. But um, I'm still thinking about it. I only have like 5 contracts right now. It's a pretty small position. What was home sales data? Not great. Not terrible, but not good. So does he not think that the run up that happened with Tesla could happen with GME in time? I do. I mean, I don't think it's gonna have nearly as much speculative interest, Hunter. But I mean, I do think that there will be a large, the potential for a large number of fails and ETF covering into the next quarterly rebalance is possible. Is it better to sell weekly CCs on Monday or wait for volatility spike regardless the day of the week? Um, I mean, volatility spikes are obviously more profitable no matter what. It's good to, you know what I try to do is just leave some opportunity on the table. So I don't sell my whole port as covered calls all at once. I'll, sell some, and then as I see other opportunities throughout the week, I'll sell more. You step out onto the podium with JPOW this time, or is your involvement still being kept a secret? Korg, shh. It's gone now, but I sadly desired your recognition of my 11-month commitment to our nautical mighty potato. Still lurking, still gherkin, still here. Thank you so much, man. I'm sorry I missed that. Sometimes the YouTube chat will just move down and I won't see them come in. And if it doesn't like post the little notification at the top, then I don't see it at all. Thank you so much, dude. Through CFDs, I got long on GME at 39, short at 35. Did I do the straddle right? I mean, I guess 39's kind of far out of the money. The short's probably doing great, though. Tesla Dix would be interesting today. Yeah, I'd really like to see it. Unfortunately, we don't have that. And the data source that we were using is down. So unless I pay for it, which I really don't want to, because it's like $60 a month. What if your whole port is one contract? I mean, then you got to make the most out of it, right? What do you mean when SP minis ES1 goes up, but SPY goes down? Nothing. They're not directly linked to each other. One is a bet on the future price, right? You generally need a really big change in futures in order to see an effect on the actual market. Do you have a covered call guide? No, because I don't think it needs one. I think if you have a basic understanding of options, you should be able to sell covered calls. And if you don't have a basic understanding of options, you shouldn't be selling covered calls. What the fuck is wrong with you? I make a far superior indicator than the one you're currently using on TradingView, yet you don't use it. Validate me, arg. Okay, I did use it, but for some reason it didn't save. It was in the pickles picks. You got your fucking validation. Quiet. Ooh, double bottom. Interesting. You know what? I'm going to close like half of my 810s. Just half. Because that's just too much to leave on the table. Okay. And then I'll hold the other half and see what the fuck happens. I'm long on this stream, collecting validation premium each day. It's not much, but it adds up. Thank you, Grizz, Pigeon Whale extraordinaire. Did you already profit from that half? Yeah, I had 810s that I bought yesterday when it was trading like when did I enter that? I know it was like earlier in the day. I think I bought them yesterday when it tapped like it was like 816 or 818, something like that. That's when I sold the long leg. All right, that looks like it's gonna get rejected again. I don't need to watch that. Give me little bounce on 3210. We're starting to find a lot of support here at 3245, 3250. Fucking cock tease. Look at that inverse head and shoulders. You know, if Cat was a more volatile stock, I would buy the fuck out of some weeklies right now. Yeah. I just don't trust it to do what it's don't do that, by the way. Cat's super illiquid and that's really, really dangerous. You closed and the stock went up. Closed what? My Tesla? I didn't close that many. It was only like 10 of 20 puts. Hold leaps 160C and 200C all the way down. Is that dumb or worth holding? Probably dumb. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. I wouldn't hold them back down to a bottom and just because you're just paying for theta that you don't need to pay for, especially that far out of the money. There could be an argument made for like an at the money leap or much nearer the money leap being held through a drop, but not that far out of the money. Too late for my Jimmy August puts. How the fuck are your puts not printing? What do you have them at? 30? You're gonna need a fucking big drop. Any YOLO I could take? I need one. Oh, that's a fucking that's a slippery slope, man. I wouldn't play that game. I was sitting on GME support. Maybe a little bit. It's a better way to play earnings. Buy early to avoid IV spike, or buy the day of earnings extra theta. Probably sell spreads into. But yeah, you can buy day of earnings extra theta. The problem is like betting on like the big cap tech stocks right now. If you're wrong, you're gonna lose really, really hard. IV crushes harder the further out of the money you are. Good time for Tesla calls? No, I don't think so. $69 down days. Not quite, but roughly. SPY's gonna break out and rip to 394. It could, yeah. I don't really see the potential, but I mean, it could. I think that high end's a little bit much to ask. I can see it breaking back up to like VWAP maybe. Is it still a good entry for UVXY? I mean, not as good as it was yesterday. But it's okay. Like, this isn't terrible right now. Target 12, I guess. I don't really like UVXY that much. It's fine if you expect big moves or you're hedging something, but I'd probably rather just play the VIX at like 25. Thoughts on this morning's new home sales, peak of the housing market? I really don't think they were that good. I mean, they came in below expectations. Like, it wasn't terrible, but yeah, I don't see it getting better in the coming months. I was asking if it's too late to grab some Jimmy puts at the money. Not a lot of range potentially on them. I mean, we could fall much lower, but we may not. At what point do you start drawing support lines? I listed the current support lines on I should really hold on. Let me fucking delete these old ones. And I'll just redraw some new ones. Delete all. Delete. And then what do I have? It's 3165. Gross. 65. 3250. So we'll probably need adjusted. $30.73. $29.83. Sorry, this is 32. $33, $34. $35 and $36 off of that. Okay. These are still going to need adjusted over time, but there's still a gap above 400 on SPX. No, I think it got filled. Also going up like a tiny bit. Weak, low volume. Basically, if selling CCs, wait for a volatility spike before doing so. Well, I mean, you at least want to sell some on a volatility spike. You just don't want to wait forever for a volatility spike that might not come, right? I look at their pickle in my chart. Dumber than I look. Thoughts on Jan 23, 237.50 calls. I sold most of them, but is it worth holding on to them for a little longer? I was thinking until mid-August at the latest. Yeah, you could. I mean, just remember that their Vega sensitivity is reduced now post-split, so you need more leverage. Gen 24 calls are now the better, like, per contract call for, like, that low delta sensitivity. And I'm so... yeah, I'm just gonna hold these 8-10s till tomorrow. This looks like a much bigger hit today than I expected it to, though. I think Apple sees a drop below 150 this week. I don't expect their earnings to go well, if I'm being honest. It's a double top on the SPY. Sure. Like out here. Or what, like the 1 hour? Like, I mean, it's kind of just a breakdown of consistently weakening buy pressure. I wouldn't call it like specifically a double top. But you could say that it kind of triple topped through here. 397 to 400. I mean, the range is a bit much, but yeah, it's kind of just a slow breakdown. See, like here it might rally back up to like 393 before continuing to fall off. This is looking stronger. Would you consider Gen 23, 40, 50 okay as leaps or too far out of the money? 40 is not so bad. 50s, I think, are a little far out of the money. You can make money on them, right? If we have like an OPEX run or something, but otherwise they're not going to do a lot. Strong enough to buy Apple puts? I don't like playing earnings. If they miss on earnings, I'll just buy puts the day after with like more theta. I think you mean SPY double top on the 1 minute. Oh, no. Yeah, yes and no. It was a higher low, right? So, you know, you really want the double top to confirm that same low before breaking down. Like peaking and then rising into a higher low is bullish. Also, this is a higher high, so you know you want to pay attention directionally. This whole thing is kind of weak. But volume's picking up, so it could strengthen as it approaches VWAP. There's some things that, you know, defy technical expectations on the SPY. Like, as the SPY approaches VWAP, it can pick up strength. And it can take a little while for that to blow out. And so sometimes, you know, it'll, like, you'll start to see volume increase as it moves into the VWAP test. And, you know, that can fail and lead to big downside, right? But it, you know, it can also create a situation where it breaks out of a bearish pattern and then moves up. Is it CNS yet? That ends at 310. Do you expect a market sell-off before close at the Fed tomorrow? It's possible. Why is IV so high on GME? Oh, because it's a volatile stock. What's the strategy when the spread is large? Oh, I mean, if you can get a fill at the mid, that's awesome. If you have a really wide spread. Generally, I try to sell at more liquid strikes because you get better fills. When does Tesla turn back around? I can blow off some steam here for a little bit. I wouldn't be really concerned unless it breaks back above 778. That's on Sega. Looks really good. I have some positions there. Not a lot, but some. JFresh has taken off the bear costume, but has renamed himself JFresh Cash Secured Put Cat. Well, that's a bullish bet. Did he put his horns back on? Are they erect? Go look at his horns. Do you think Jimmy will drop more this week? Yeah, probably. How will the recession thing affect the market? I mean, I don't think it'll be a surprise. Unless GDP misses by like a massive amount. My mom always said never to judge a cat by their horns. I now know what that means. Any insight on cost to borrow jumping and dropping within the past few days? Oh, it's not. It's just overnight. It's like multiplying by 4x. Just ignore it. It's irrelevant anyway. I mean, so the White House isn't wrong. Recession is not simply defined by 2 quarters of missed GDP, but 2 quarters of negative GDP are really, really fucking bad. So strictly not necessarily a true recession yet, but very indicative of one. There's other factors that define a recession besides GDP. That is one definition of a recession, though. Why do you use logarithmic for your y-axis? Does it do anything besides make it hard to control? It normalizes volatile movements in stocks, and it's more accurate for technical analysis. Tesla pushing the 778 line. Yeah, a little bit. Volume's not very strong, though. SPY's breaking VWAP, which is probably the more interesting thing happening here. Is my stop on these? SPY might get rejected here. It'll test again, probably. All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back, guys. So whoever that guy was who was asking about like the double top, this is more of a bearish double top. It's kind of like also misshapen, like Head and Shoulders. But yeah, this is what you'd be looking for. Like, see the low, you want that lower high, lower low. It doesn't mean much on the 1 minute. I mean, if you go out to like maybe the 5, you better confirmation, and this just looks bullish, right? So nice, the one god. I had to run downstairs and grab my food from the desk. Good time for Goog Leaps. Could be decent price. Might fall off a bit more today. Earnings are tonight, right, or tomorrow? $32, $128, a key support. Yeah, 3160-ish, 32 is a very important support for a GameStop. No, I don't play earnings. Thanks, Fred. Is living in New York same like New York like being in Seinfeld? No. What are your GME covered call expiries? August 5th and July 29th. Have you eaten at Monk's? I don't think so. Instead of Kramer bursting into your room unexpectedly, it's giant wasps. Yeah. Mm. 780. What strike are your covered calls? 40, 37.50, 35. I think I have some at like 34.75. Hold on. My food is like ice cold. I'm gonna go throw it in the oven real quick. 1 second. Fucking, I hate it when that happens. All right. Tesla getting rejected. SPY also rejected. We're gonna break 32 this week? Probably. No problem, dude. Dork, I was wrong. Thank God. Warm the food in the oven and not the microwave? I don't own a microwave. What's with all the anti-MOASS jokes? Don't we believe there will be a MOASS now? No? You can if you want to. Like, no one's stopping you from it, but we might make fun of you for it. What do you think about metal commodities? You know, I got fucking partially burned playing X already. I'm not super bullish on steel. I still have positions in aluminum. And uranium. Coal doesn't really count, but how do you determine a top end price target on a viral biotech stock like Sega? Just follow the trend, set stops, and hope you don't get burned overnight. Nope. Okay. For me, MOASS has never equaled bullishness. This is not the reason I bought the stock in the first place. It's not the reason I've held the stock. These are not the same thing for me. If these are the same thing to you, if the only reason you are bullish is because of MOASS, then you have flawed logic. So yes, I can say no MOASS and still be very bullish. I said uranium. I have Sprott and uranium energy. UEC. I don't like CCJ. I think the price of Jimmy can get to 10x in the next 1 to 2 years. 100 billion market cap in 1 or 2 years? No. That's absurd. Maybe like 3x in 1 or 2 years. 4 at most. I hope your Jimmy calls are in jeopardy. I definitely have some of them. No, my cover calls are all very profitable right now. MOASS equals bonus? Sure, yeah. How do you manage risk on holding CCs overnight? Seems like any random announcement from RC could spike the price. Sure. But it'll go right back down, right? I can just roll them. You don't have to, like, if you have money or capital on the side, you don't ever have to get assigned on covered calls. You can roll them out and roll them up. You can fucking buy them back. No, I don't have you. Baba turning down again. Finally. Yeah, no, it's still just like flirting with 101. I really don't want to carry it overnight twice. It's so risky. We'll see. My 103s are in the money. It makes up my losses, but they're down to 1.3 viewers. Keep saying no MOASS and see what happens. I'll just have better quality. It's quality over quantity. Rims, Tims, and trim, right? Maybe if people understood that the calls you sell aren't exercised by the holder when the price goes up, they'd understand better. Unless the shorts leave, you can buy them back. Generally, yeah. If you really got down to single digit viewers, it would just be you, the Dans, and Jay Fresh. Is that what you really want? It'd be so fun. Except no Dans, just me and Jay Fresh. Just trading all day, looking at Greeks. I don't like that you have slick answers to all my smart remarks. Sorry. What they miss is that we're not here for MOASS. We're here to learn how to be better traders. MOASS is just icing on a cake. On the cake. Yeah. Listen, I've never ruled out the possibility of it happening. As improbable as it is, I do not think it's impossible. But I'm not going to spend my days thinking about it or talking about it or speculating on what if, because it's so far fucking fetched that it's pointless. And people doing that for the last 2 years, and I will say this again and again, has lost people more money than you can possibly fucking imagine. If people had sold their fucking shares at the top and bought back in, everybody would have 10, 12x the holdings they currently do. Then you'd have your fucking float registered, wouldn't you? If the shorts were never going to close, why the fuck would it matter if everyone sold and bought back? And we don't even encourage selling. It's like the same thing can still be done with covered calls with less risk and no selling your shares. I'd be there with you still watching. And I've bought JFresh's membership for old time's sake. Thanks, Bithead. I mean, you can't even leave now that you're bag holding so many memberships, right? Like you're in this one way or the other. Been here since the first Wendy's dumpster, and I'll be here to the last blown up account that I have to re-up via 3 weeks of voracious dumpster work. I pay for Pigeon Whale to hear NVIDIA. Thank you, Knuckleballer. I could make so much money if I built a recovery center for hopium addicts. Making the title of this stream more and more relevant by the second turd. If you're so smart, wise guy, answer me this. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? 42. I made a quick 400 off my Amazon puts this morning. If I didn't gamble on OPEX runs, I think I'd actually make profits. Thanks for all you do. No problem. That's not going to stop me from gambling on OPEX runs. But honestly, even if OPEX misses and you expose yourself to the potential of it, most of the time there is price improvement. So there's even on shit OPEX runs where they fucking fail entirely, there's money to be made. It's not a lot, but there's still money to be made. Gym bros or finance bros? Which is worst? Finance bros. Keep watching for the hope of finishing the TMNP. Ah, yes. Splinter. Can you say the DD is done instead of the day is done? The DD is never done. I learned the hard way that only playing the upside leaves a lot of money on the table, especially so with GME. I got tired of only holding bags and made more profits with cover calls than long calls. Nice. What's a decent IV 30 for SPY options? 22% a little high. I don't really pay attention to the IV on the SPY. It never really gets that out of control. Not unless it's like a market crash or something. Generally, it's always with between like 20 to 30%. Where can I buy BLIQ? You want to throw some money away? Schwab. You have to get approved for it, but finance bros are generally also gym bros, no? Like the generation before mine, yeah, but the current crop, no. Mostly quants and shit. They still act like finance bros, but they're like programmers. They're like programmers, except they make more money, so they're even bigger assholes. To me, it just seems MOASS is impossible. I don't think so, but very improbable. I mean, there is a series of events that could come together in an absolutely perfect way and create MOASS. I just think that they would fucking stop it if that happened. I mean, it's a market designed to prevent things like that from happening, right? So, of course, yeah, the likelihood of it will decrease and decrease over time. Please install an indicator immediately, as this is an emergency. I know. I'll fucking. I think it just updates automatically. Didn't they change OCC rules that severely limited the squeeze potential required for a MOASS? Yes, in February. Program financialist. I watch your stream at the gym, load it up on the treadmill, and make money while I run. I'm the worst type of person. You know, I used to have a desk, like the guy who was head of my desk at one point, he used to have a fucking elliptical in his office. And he had like all of his like monitors bolted to the top of the elliptical. And he would just like he would run on that thing for 5 hours a day. I don't think he ever actually did his fucking job. What a Chad. You say you sold some 33? I have 3475s, 35s, 3750s, and 40s. You're living in my head rent free and I don't like it. Answer me this. An electric train is going south at 100 miles per hour. Which way is the steam going? What? That just doesn't... Electric trains don't have steam. Coke does that? No, he wasn't on Coke, but he was on copious amounts of Adderall. What jobs have you had in the past? Lots of them. I need your help. I've been watching you trade for a while now, but I still don't understand what you look for in a play. Can you help? Nope. You gotta find your own thing to look for, man. That's the best advice I can give you. You need to find your own way to identify opportunity. Don't look to my ways. The electrical steam. I'm buying CCs back and reselling on pumps, or just rolling into a lower strike make more sense? Yeah, you can do that. Jobs are gross. True. I'm angry you beat me again. I'm sorry, Rims and Tims. What's up with that dude and the money he owes you? I'll be gaining possession of his house in 11 trading days. Unless he pays me in full. It's not looking good because he asked one of my other friends for money like last week. Baba PP still worth entering? Puts? It's starting to look better. It really needs like a hard move down, and it's just kind of stable at 101. Repoed someone's house? Not yet. Wife won't be happy? Probably not. Not a payday loan shark. First of all, he has way more money than I do. Your pickles pick? I mean, I'm in Baba. I didn't know we were abbreviating pickles pick to PP. There's way too much phallic shit on this channel. It's unbecoming for newcomers. No, it's a pretty simple contract. If he doesn't pay in time, I exercise my right and gain possession of it. Forgive his debt? No, I've done that before. Your friend, or at least his wife, comes from money. They both do. I wonder why he has such difficulty repaying that debt. Because he considers it trivial. And so I made it not trivial by forcing him to collateralize it. Because he's a spoiled little prick. Maybe it was planned so he doesn't have to go through the headache of selling. I could still sell it for like 7x what I let him borrow. Like instant, like I could sell it to Zillow for fucking more money than I let him borrow. Stop, your mob ties are showing. I don't have any mob ties. People don't understand that the richer you are, the stingier you get. I've seen it. It's true. The house is definitely worth more than the 250 you loaned him, right? Yeah. How did your friend find himself in this dire situation? He gambled on options when he's not supposed to be trading. And blew up a margin account. The Persian mob didn't want you. Hold on, I'm gonna go get my food out of the oven. Popped the wops. Nice. Inversing the SPY a little bit. Tesla breaking down again. Amazon looking really good again. Big sell off here. Well, he's not supposed to trade equities. So he's going to get in trouble at work. Probably suspended. So he didn't want to do anything like obvious to cover the debt. So he asked me to borrow the money. Landscaping plans for the Pi-Fi hedge fund Long Island office. Whenever I feel bad about my higher Jimmy cost basis shares, I just remind myself that at least I didn't buy Netflix above 675. Yeah. As far as I understood it, he was quite long Netflix before the overnight crash. Some other stuff too, but I think Netflix was mostly the one that burned him. Does he work at a bank or credit rating agency? I mean, I'm not going to dox him, right? What's your friend's name? Bill Ackerman. Is it okay to get aggressive with GME-CCs as long as FTDs remain below a specific level? It depends on if you're trading them intraday or not. Also, it's hard to directly figure out how many CC or FTDs are due at any given time because they're constantly being netted, right? Early August will have an ETF FTD period. Like 6 days. Those are those are like the only ones that really matter. Are you expecting further downturns in the SPY? Yeah. Yeah, there's a Fed meeting tomorrow. And then a couple other pieces of key economic data. Sell your house to Zillow. No buyers in your area. How do you do that? Dude, I'll list the thing for double. It'll sell. Like double what I spent. I'm not gonna say it, Gaff. When do you think we will get a full-on capitulation crash in the market? I don't know if we will. The soft landing's working to some degree so far. If we do, it'll be like late fall or early next year. I mean, there's really no fighting. It's a pretty strict agreement. He'll probably pay me. If he doesn't, I'll call his wife and ask her to pay me. If she doesn't, then I'll take the house. I believe the term was soft-ish. I mean, 40% down on the year is pretty rough, right? How's she gonna pay you? I mean, she's rich as fuck too. You could rent out the house as a damn fulfillment center. I already have the deed. Why are my messages always shadow banned? Because they're all advertisements for Wendy's. You should claim the right of prima nocta. No, thanks. Hmm. Why do I feel like J Fresh? I don't know. What'd you do? Is it really worth losing a friendship over a trivial amount of money? With him? Yeah. Hey, Gherk, not tuned in for a while. When's the next date to look for something significant to happen for GME? After August 19th, potentially. How much did you lend him? A quarter mil. I don't think I'm going to rent it out as an event space. I don't really want to deal with it, Stefan. So I'm trying to manage my shitty investments for me. I know you said the SPY would go down slow, but can you tell it to move a bit faster? I'm so bored watching it, it's making me want to do my job at work. I don't know. When are your puts for? Like, I don't think it's going to bounce. How'd you meet this guy? Yeah, school. Do you use the house for Picklefest 2022? No. One pickle song? I didn't have any intention of playing it today. August 1964p. I'd set stops and keep riding it. There's more room to the downside. Just because it hit the price target doesn't mean it can't keep going down. Might recover here a little bit. Man, I fucking nailed that shit. Look at that. I'm too good at this. It could drop to 59, maybe even back down into like the 50, like 58-ish. There's not a lot of room on it, but it's a kind of a cheap play anyway. You hurt my feelings today. You're about to repo a house, break up a marriage. You said no to MOASS. She's not going to divorce him till his trust fund is fucking fully in his hands. And then, that was coming anyway. If anything, I've accelerated the process. Do you set a percent profit exit or ride to expiry? Is there a certain margin of safety to your strike? I mean, yeah, generally I'm not selling like super close to the money. But I'm also selling a lot of them. If I had fewer shares, I would probably sell closer to the money and take more risk. Married puts on them. Worth to re-enter Baba put position at this point. I just bought 103s this morning. I didn't close out my other position. No. I'm not exchanging real property for digital assets. Cause that'd be crazy. I design residential remodels every week. Would you be interested in transforming it? I don't think it was I don't think it's been that long since it's been remodeled. I think his grandma remodeled it before she died, so it's only been like 5 or 6 years. It's pretty up to date. There's some I think the water line needs repaired, but that's it. And it's not serious, but it could be. Probably before winter. I had an appraiser come out and a couple inspectors. Can the new property Hi-Fi HQ? No, because I don't want to live in Long Island. Boomer shill. I know, Gaff. Why is Microsoft droppy drops in advance of earnings? Any news or just shaking peeps? I don't know. Were people super bullish on Microsoft earnings for no reason? Like, they could be okay, but I don't expect them to, like, kill it. It's funny how when lending your money, you're always made out to be the bad guy, while you were actually doing them a favor. Just paying back as agreed, timely manner, problem solved. It's on him. Yeah, yeah, I know. It's gonna be about 15K. I got an estimate already. I got the estimate purely to like upset him though, and encourage him to pay me back. He hasn't yet. He has 13. Well, yeah, 13 trading days. I wouldn't call the view stunning, but you can see the water. Like, it has a beach thing. It's kind of short and rocky, but it's on the sound, so. It has a tiny boat dock. But I'm not getting the house for 10,000. I still lose my initial loan. Like, I don't get paid back. Think about how much Long Island Tinder strange you can pick up in a house that smells like old lady. It really does. It smells like Chanel No. 5 everywhere. It's upsetting. 35% of my GME sold today. Nice. You got it, Papa Muff. Congratulations, dude. Can you take a look at MACD and RSI on the GME on the week time frame? Why? Because they look bullish to you? You have to give me a reason, Yuns, to look at really slow oscillators. What's the interest on the loan? There is none. He either pays me back or I get his house. It's very simple. Still covered calls on the house just until it gets assigned. Is that like leasing with a agreement to purchase? Pigeon whale nest timeshare. Because they look confusing. What's confusing about them? MACD's converging. And RSI is dropping. It's not even dropping a lot. I mean, it's not very confusing. Hmm. Who are doing Pickle Fest 2022 at your new house? Nope. You can be the DJ, but I'm not going to be there, nor am I going to organize the event. Just Airbnb it until some hooligans destroy it. Has the indicator been working since the split? We're still tuning it, but I put some data in the daily DD from it. It indicates we still have quite a bit of downside to go. What it did do, the split did do, was it separated the tips, so the tips no longer touch each other, which was upsetting. Congratulations on being a future landowner. You'll finally be able to vote. Ooh, exciting. What'd you get an estimate on for 15K? The water line needs repaired. Kind of out by the street, but it needs fixed. It's got like a small crack in it. Like they think it'll be fine, but like if it gets cold in the winter, then it's gonna be a problem. Looks like not much has happened today. Anything noteworthy? No, just down another 4%. Thanks, Bones. Wins by 300. That's kind of far-fetched. Don't get too excited. The whole voting thing isn't very fun. I wrote in my own name for president last time around, and I got diddly squat. Interesting. I should try that. Is Santa real? Why wouldn't he be? Do you have proof he's not? I keep getting presents, so. Wheat back from the dead. A little bit. It's my 75th favorite Pokemon. I know a plumber. Interesting. $25 possible before August OPEX? Sure. Yeah. It would be kind of hard to grind it down that low, but it's definitely possible. Are we voting for Kirk? I don't think anybody would want me as president. And by doing this stream, I've pretty much ensured that I will never participate in the political spectrum. Imagine the hate attacks. This guy didn't DRS his shares. I can see it now. Show us this jar everyone keeps putting their pickles into. Oh, it's the Ko-Fi one? Is your friend a billionaire? He would make enough off the Tesla play if he was. No. I don't even think he knows I do this. You've definitely lost Patton Oswald's vote. I'm in. Good. The best way to join politics is by donating to super PACs and affecting the national agenda. Yeah. Where does your friend think you have 250K from? I mean, he knows I trade. He knows I'm better at it than him. He's kind of like Moonwind in a way. He just like goes full port into one thing and crosses his fingers. Does your friend know you hate him? Yeah. Becoming a politician will you open you up to transparency and your true GME position. 5 shares. I haven't heard anything new on Rad. Does your friend know you hate him? Yeah. We may need to look at how we define friend. Really? You don't hate him, hate him. I mean, no. But he's an asshole. When's the next OPEX? August 19th is the next expiration, so settlements afterwards, right? I hate most of my friends. I love them, but I hate them. Yeah, right? That's like true friendship. Like Gaff. I can't stand Gaff, but he's great. You gonna rent his house back to him? I don't know. I'll try to fuck with him if I can, but we'll see what opportunities present themselves. The real BlackRock move. Getting close to time to buy some Jan 950s. IV's getting low. There are no more Jan 950s, JFresh. Yeah, but IV is super low. It was like 95 yesterday. What if there's grandma hidden treasure under the kitchen floorboards? Cool. In middle school, I dated one of my best friend's ex-girlfriends. I'd asked him if it was cool. He said yes, but later he admitted to not being okay with it. I still feel bad to this day. Well, I fucked his wife before they got married and never told him. They weren't together yet, but still. Well, if he's watching, now he knows. What's up, dude? Thoughts on BBY odd price anchoring to $4.70? I don't think it's that odd. It's just uninteresting. Dunstan, thank you so much. Lol. Rude. I mean, they didn't even know each other at the time. You said 950s, 237.50s Vega wasn't as good anymore. So you recommend, so now recommend 124, 125, 127 in place of them, right? Yeah. Wait, so you're really not gay? Wow, mind blown. Okay. I don't even know in what way I come across as, besides saying before that I wasn't gay. I don't know what else you wanted. One more CC question. Better to hold GME CCs till expiration, sell CSPs if exercised, or exit the CC early. I mean, you can do that if you want, but you may not, get assigned on your CSPs, which would leave you without a shareholding for some period of time. That's on the odd GME price anchoring 32.33, 32.34, 32.32. Fuck you, Gav. What do you think for the low for Jimmy will be within the next 2 weeks? We could hit a pretty solid floor at like $30, but we could also fall below that. It really just depends on how hard we get pushed down and how many more people sell. What's up, bag holders? What's up, man? It's been a while since we had a good Gregorian chant in here. Really? I played it yesterday. I suppose I could play it again. What if the wife offers you a rather indecent proposal instead of the house? Yeah, I wouldn't fuck her for 250 grand. What's gay food? How do you define gay food? It's the California accent mixed with knowledge, big words, and a hint of arrogance. Hmm. What the fuck? Son of a bitch. Piece of shit. Uh, 1 second. Now I know why I always felt like I was parking my bike in a hangar. Fucking Christ. So you won't fuck her for 250K, but already have for free. Sounds like there's a story there. Not really. I don't think there's anybody on the face of this planet that I would fuck for $250,000. Not unless it was like a no. Even then, no. Yeah, no one. That's too much money for fucking. I don't want to fuck Lisa Sue, alright? I just want her to hold me. Candy ball gags? I can't believe you're taking Jay Fresh's house. Yeah, I got you, Ghosted Dan. I'm not even from Cali. I think I just picked up the accent when I lived there. Although, maybe I always talked like this. I don't know. Tesla going for that quintuple bottom. It's found its line in the sand like yesterday, Dork. When it refused to drop below 805. How's the bald spot situation going? I don't have a bald spot. Fuck you. I have a youthful head of hair. Thick and luxurious. Gifted to me by my Italian ancestors. I was sick at home yesterday. I walked around mumbling, "We ain't no cult." My wife says, "Are you mumbling that Pickle Boy song?" She calls you Pickle Boy. Ah, interesting. It's so weird to think that I'm a part of people's, like, daily routine or household life. That still trips me out. You missed a censored Ko-Fi. Did I? I'm assuming you sent it. Was it from Hold Up? I read it. He said, "So you won't fuck her for 250K, but already have for free." It sounds like there's a story there. And I said, "Not really." I wouldn't say you have a Cali accent. Thanks. Longtime California person. Paris. Toupee. Can you please take off your hat and shake off your hair like you're getting out of a pool? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. How much Italian marble do you aspire to have in your new house? I don't know, but I figured like the first thing I should do is put some columns and a fountain out front. Just in case anybody thought I wasn't Italian in the neighborhood. You want them to know right away, right? Strong Persian hair, like a horse. I live in Cali and it rained a little today. Those days are weird. Thanks, Darth Dan. I I haven't had any dreams about you, but I'll let you know if I do. Just wanted to check in and show some support. Appreciate you sharing your time and experience. Oh, and your hair be thick. Thank you so much, Sweet and Sour. Accurate. Tech is getting doinked up. Wait, hold on. What? Doinked today. I'm betting on a little more downside based on a horribly drawn triangle and an overinflated ego. Those are the best indicators. Give us 100 BPS or give us death. Dude, if JPOW comes out full bear with 100 DPS, like BPS, fuck. My wife knows almost nothing about you as a person. Our relationship is special and just for us. Thanks, JFresh. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me on here. I was thinking the same thing the other day when I'd realized I've been listening to you for 7 hours. What happened to cock magic? Every time my wife happens to catch you speaking, it's always during one of the boring trading days, i.e. really weird day. Of course. The story is, that's a lot of money to pay for that. Also, why would you pay for something you can get for free? Exactly. You don't improperly use the word like, and don't use the word hella. True. I also don't say height, which is very California. Or rough. It's a roof. And height isn't a real word. Can you do a Jersey accent? Gross. How dare you? Nope. This is fantastic. Hold on. I'm going to tighten up my stops. The day I conceived my child, my wife yelled, my wife yelled, fill me with your pickle man brine. It was weird because she was outside the door of the room in the fertility clinic I had to do the deed in. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you think I hang out at fertility clinics all day, just knocking up people's wives? My Italian neighbor, Leonardo, has stone lions on his front yard fence. Just, Darth, you know what you do? Just make a little mask of your girlfriend's face and put it over that part of your monitor, right? And then you'll have dreams about her. Would 220 mil get me a GME board seat? No. My girlfriend recently showed me the glory of breathable headbands. Now I look like a DFV poser, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. Just run with it, right? No one's watching you. You're the only one judging yourself right now, Dork. Leave Jay Fresh alone. He's our red, pessimistic, put-dealing, furry bear icon and will be stuffed and displayed honorably at the end of his days. My girl hates you because of the massive poster I have of you above our bed. Oh, man. Why are you trying to sell your puts? I'm not. I just tightened up my stops. They were way out. There's some weird motherfuckers in here. Oh yeah, there are. I said fertility. Don't let Pi-Fi lie. I'm judging you. Shame. Boo this man. All right. Well, now multiple people are judging you. Have you been recognized on the street yet? If I have, they've left me the fuck alone, which is awesome. Because I really dread the day that I meet, like, you know, full port YOLO 120, and he tells me how he's lost his child's college fund before gunning me down in a Costco parking lot. If I find you in person, I'm gonna get my money back from those CERN puts via your hair. You mean the ones I told you to stop buying, and you kept buying them? Buying spy calls to sell before end of day. Wish me luck. You've been unreasonably bullish all day, NW. I wish you the best. I hope it hits 391 before close. I'll rue the day you booed Dork. It was just gaff. His name won't be Full Port YOLO. It'll be Surge Meister. Yeah, or Blanderson Snooper. I can't imagine leaving you alone in public, let alone not sweating you with questions about what safe CCs to play and a litany of penny stocks you have an opinion on. You know, NW, You just got to let it drop, man. You just have to just watch it fall off a cliff and enjoy the ride. Stop worrying about these little upside moves. They mean nothing in the scheme of things. They're just the last dying breaths of the market bulls. Do you still mask up in New York City? Yeah. I mean, I'd wear a mask anyway. This place is filthy. Thoughts on sell volume over on BBBY? What do you mean sell volume? BBBY has moved all of 12 cents today. I am neither excited by it nor enthralled at its near-term prospects. You mean this? It was probably someone bailing who bought too much. It took a dump. It went from 470 to 464. If everybody's dumps were that small, they would have known a plunger. They wouldn't even make plungers. That was RC, probably. My goal is to find your spot so I know what cross streets to avoid going forward. I'm not trying to die by water blunt trauma when your pool cracks and dumps 20k gallons, 35 stories. It's an accurate fear. I understand it. Oh god, Bitcoin fucking bots? Really? Get out of here, BitInvest. No one wants to hold your bags. I don't mask because my breath smells terrible. Brush your teeth. Down 20k on BBBY. It's a total play now. Yeah, it can't be anything else at this point. I joined the Discord not long ago. Saw Penile Magic in his degen plays. I hope he sells all his apartments and makes all his money back. Me too. Although I don't know how badly he did on the split, or if he did badly on the split. First, how dare you? Second, I do once a week. Is it a good time to get into BTC? What's your planned holding period? Oh, fucking Christ. Okay, nobody say anything about crypto. I'm just waiting for the day that the Bitcoin subreddit looks like the Dogecoin subreddit. Then I will laugh. My, aren't you a little ray of sunshine? Yeah. The Dogecoin subreddit is depressing. The delusions there are strong. My brother-in-law bought in at 45K. Do you make fun of him now? I hold all my savings in F. Sorry for your loss. Did you say Dogecoin or Super Stonk? Same like? You guys are taking the classiness out of me referring people to this Dogecoin subreddit by directly tying it to Super Stonk, okay? Have some tact when you're telling people they're delusional. Implications are no fun anyway. Holding Tesla puts overnight? I don't see why not at this point. Did your SPY puts close? No? Up after gaff time? We'll find out. Two degenerates a read? How can I be tactful? Motivation is what gets you started. Gains are what keep you going. Pi-Fi. Man, where do I get... When did I say all these amazing things? I'm so quotable. I should write a book. While you were sleeping. Smoke them if you got them. Remember that time you invented buy low, sell high? Classic. True. Yeah, I don't know what people would have done if I hadn't come up with that. There was at one point, there was somebody who was like writing a list of quotes from this channel. It was some pretty funny shit. Hooked on Phonics audiobook. SS Enthusiasm, same like BTC back to 66K. It's like same as BTC back to 200K. And probably buy high, sell low. You could sell high, buy low. That's pretty profitable. Stop asking me about your covered calls. How are they performing? My all-time favorite quote of yours will always be, I didn't think we would make it this far. It's true. I really didn't. Buy high, sell high, get high. Nice. What are your thoughts on the huge spike in CP ratio? When did that happen? I definitely never said that. My chords got wrecked on an options play. What's new? My favorite quote here was that guy that said maybe the real MOASS was the friends and money we lost along the way. I can't wait for the reaction stream. I don't want to react to myself. How many times? I'd probably find myself despicable. How many times do I have to tell you it's buy high, panic sell, FOMO back in, join a cult? Unable to feel happiness for the last 3 years. Should I try antidepressants and buy calls on Merck, Pfizer, Alkermes, PLC, or is it just a waste of money and health? I don't know if buying calls on antidepressants is going to help you feel happy. But they may be a good recession play, if a little immoral. I believe my favorite was I agree with Gaff. Yeah, you really liked that one a lot. Don't you ever find it kind of sus that GME volume declined this sharply after the split? Like, no one is even touching the stock almost. I mean, that's because Delta volume fell off a cliff. It's not because people aren't selling. They are. They're not selling a lot, but they're selling. It's okay. It's good to shake the paper hands every once in a while. Roku catching a bid. Nice. One of my favorites is when you sang the thong song. Did I sing it? Or was it something about she's got dumps like a truck? I mean, that line's amazing. It's simultaneously a compliment and wildly insulting. It's the ultimate neg. And it's from Cisco. So it's shake your self-worth to the core. These docu-puts are printing. I know. Be wary, their earnings is pre-market tomorrow, not after-market. Interesting. Maybe I will close. Yeah, I'll probably close them. I'll probably just close them because the IV's so high, right? I don't want to fucking deal with the crush and then get burned on like some $2 move to the downside. During a recession, buy dog food. During a depression, you eat your dog. That's not exactly how that explanation went, but close enough. Thanks, Sir David P. Power Hour song for Powerful Downs. No. We'll just wait for Cenas today. You didn't time out Tyler, did you, Visceral? Most of your recommendations have been spot on, but I have to call you out on this one. The book Options is a strategic write-off. This book has done nothing but hinder my path to Tendyland. Oh, I think you might have picked up the wrong book. Deep down, we all just want to be able to act like drunken children. Okay, yeah, that was a quote. The moments of profits we enjoy take us by surprise. It is not that we seize them, but that they seize us. Sir Pickle Chattington. Okay, I definitely didn't say that. If you were Ryan Cohen, what would you do with BBY? Dump my bags and move on. Looks like FUD, homie. Yeah, I'm doing Discord. Oh, new NSCC rule. How exciting. Modify Rule 50 allow ACATs to process deletions for any customer per asset that are deemed to be non-transferable assets under FINRA Rule 11870 and permitted by NSCC. Specifically, NSCC would effectuate the proposed change by revising two statements. I don't think this applies to us at all. Yeah, this seems kind of irrelevant. My favorite is when you took off your shirt and screamed, "Where the white women at?" Okay, that didn't happen. That's FUD. Yeah, no problem, man. Is it sus? Should we be bussin'? Not yet. Right now we're bussin', but there's nothing sus. What do you prefer, Google Workspace or MS Office? It's essential to my DD on Goog. Thanks. Can I respond with neither? My spy calls didn't print. Yeah, I'm seeing that. I'm seeing that reflected in my puts. I'm sorry, NW. I remember when you DM me and told me to time out Tyler Nichols. Hey Greg, up 10k on my spy put so far, so that's nice. Just wanted to say thanks for sharing knowledge, especially all the laughs. Your stream's a good time. Thanks, dude. Glad to have you here. Milo of Croton, ancient Greek Olympian, had a daily diet of 20 pounds of meat, 20 pounds of bread, and 10 liters of wine. Source, because you didn't believe the Irish potato factoid, Harris, H.A., 1964, Greek athletes and athletics. I mean, I don't not believe that, but that's disgusting. That's a lot of meat to consume in one day. I mean, not for a Greek, but I'm sorry. It was too easy. You measure the size of the gains by the chatbots you've had to overcome to reach your goals. Pickle T. Washington. Another one of my favorites was someone called you a husky Russell Crowe. That was a good one. What sorts of data do you use to infer institutional interest in a stock? Probably the options chain. Is it more advantageous for MMs having strikes at weird psychological prices? It could be. If we don't go lower by Friday, would that mean it's a bottom of this cycle? No. That was me on the Russell Crowe. Thanks, Bob. Isn't Russell Crowe a husky Russell Crowe? Yeah. Huskell Crowe. Drill baby drill. Be our new cult chant for the spy. God, I hate trip down memory lane episodes. Remember the first time you called me a shill and you really meant it? When you sell CCs, how do you decide how many contracts to sell given how many shares you have? I mostly sell CCs on the call, like my shares that aren't long-term holdings yet. Um, which is about like a little over a third of my portfolio. I'm getting close. I think October will be the last ones. I mean, oh no. Some won't be till March next year. Fuck. Oh well. I wouldn't say that there's a lot of decision making going into my covered call selling. What kind of birth control should I be using for holding BBY? It definitely feels like I'm getting fucked. No, really. Buy puts to protect? What's the downside risk here? Zero? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, at this point, yeah, the downside risk is zero. That was my first day here. Tesla actually gonna trip and fall into the deep? Maybe. I'm in it for the ride, so. Do you think they'll ever make a GMEQ similar to Tesla's? Maybe one day. My cat weeklies are printing? Seriously? Did you buy puts? How? Remember that time we thought we won after hours? I liked that feeling. I do. I never thought my BBBY $5 calls would be so far out of the money. I don't think bankruptcy is very likely, but it could take a very long time for it to crawl back to previous valuations. I'm gonna chase Tesla weekly puts. Should I go 775 or 770? Hmm. I'd probably go 770. Unless you can get a good entry on 775s. It's not impossible. Don't put any money in BBBY if you want to retire. Ouch. I don't know, if you have that little confidence in it, just sell fucking covered calls and use the money to play other shit. Is BBBY dead? No. Just kind of old, you know? Not very energetic right now. I might drop my leaps. They're 50%. I mean, if you're far out of the money, you could like average them down or something. Tesla moon overnight. Sometimes it does. I hate that you made Bon Jovi play on my head right there, Popcorn Trader. I got assigned on GME calls. They take all my shares out of my account and then deposit the premium. Yes. Plus 100. You already have the premium, but you get 100 shares worth of cash at the strike. Based on the sentiment in chat, is it time to buy BBBY calls? Yeah, probably. What sounds riskier, Bobby or Snap? Oh, definitely Bobby. Jesus Christ. Stop misattributing all these quotes to me. Fuck you, Gav. Oh, Jesus Christ. Remember that penny stock NDP I was telling you about? It's running finally. I've been getting my own plays right lately. What am I actually learning what if I'm actually learning how to trade? Thank God. Maybe you'll ask me fewer questions. Or even more. Oh, Jesus. Well, one can hope. Hey, look! That 775 entry is looking better. Right? Why did value in the option chain history do not split like the history of the stock split after the split? It looks weird seeing Jamie options price drop from 30 to 450. Well, I mean, it did. Usually that'll all be fixed in like a couple weeks or so. Up a little over 10% on SPY puts, safe to hold overnight. I mean, all the economic news is tomorrow anyway. So like this dip before that is just nice. I transferred 1,000 shares of computer shares so I can sell lots of fun CCs. Oh, am I winning? Nice. I just got into the stream. Are you expecting Tesla to drop into the latter half of this week? Yeah. I mean, it's already hit my price target for Pickles picks. So, you know, I took a bunch of profits off the table already. But I'm still holding 810 puts from my other straddle for August 5th. I'm going to keep holding them. They're far enough in the money that even if it opens, like if something happens overnight and Tesla rips, like I'll be fine. Like I'll still get out it with a profit. But seriously, look at this pile of shit market. The Dow's doing better now. A little better than the SPY. NASDAQ is doing far worse. But it's good to see the Dow start outperforming. That means we might actually finally start to see some money flow back into value stocks. Will just give us a whole range of really fun shit to play. Shit with like no implied volatility. I keep seeing 100% gains on my options and I keep holding. I've only been playing options for 2 weeks. Any advice for a good mindset? Yeah, doubling your money is fucking awesome. If I handed you a wallet and said you can double your money but no more every time you put money in here, would you take the wallet? Would MM raise the stock price to buy calls for added liquidity, in your opinion? Or do they even need to bother? Yeah, they don't need to bother. I guess the sign of a real trader is having 2 massive bag holds in your port rotting. Yeah, for me, it's BBBY and Palantir. They're shit. At least Palantir, like, my cost basis is less than 0. So that's nice. No, that's a shill wallet. Do you think RAD has room to the upside in the near future? No. What typically performs better, the Dow or the SPY? Year over year, I think the SPY does. But in times of economic uncertainty, the Dow can, especially with the supply shock starting to, you know, fade from the manufacturer end. What about BBIG? Do you hate it too? I mean, I don't own any of it. Or they cover some and kick the rest. We'll see what it looks like as we approach it. We've got some time, a few weeks. Dow has a lot of cyclical stocks, not just buy and hold. It's like buy and sell and buy and sell. Yeah, it's seasonal improvement. Long time poor, first time splividend receiver. Wanted to ask, is this MOASS? Yes. Which question? A rebound's definitely possible. We could, I mean, like, if we got a solid bear rally, like, we could move up shit back above 400. Like, a lot above 400, like 420, 430. But ultimately, you know, it's not going to improve the economy. It's just going to, you know, create more problems and increase inflation even more. Maybe to a point where, you know, monetary policy is no longer going to keep it in check. Is this because you're from fucking New Jersey, Gaff? God, I hate Bon Jovi. Thoughts on big tech earnings after close? I don't really care about them. 100% DRS stock float. The options chain will continue to work, just for knowledge. Okay, listen, man, that's never happening. You don't have to worry about it. Unpopular opinion, MOASS already happened. The stock went from $3 to $4.50. If that's not MOASS, then I don't know what is. It is an unpopular opinion. Bear rally equals full port puts? I mean, at the top, yeah. No, I don't really like you two either. Yeah, it's tomorrow, 2 p.m. I mean, the squeeze didn't take place during a market rally. It actually took place during a market drop. If you want to see the... Hold on. Boom. There's the SPX and GME. This whole event, like, market-wide, created a shitload of volatility. And volatility and market performance are inversely correlated. VIX up, SPY down. Easy to. Thank you so much, man. Welcome to Dillionaire.
Happy birthday, Gherk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin.
Hence the negative beta. Yeah. I mean, we don't have negative beta anymore. Our current beta is like 2x the market. And then
Our like 3-year beta is just like 1.04, like almost perfectly in line. What made Jimmy drop heavily after the split, in essence? Just end of OPEX? I think it was like end of like an obligation window and selling. People selling. There's people selling right now. Let me say that for those of you that don't hear it in the back. People are selling their shares currently. How do you know? Because someone's selling them, and we're the only ones that own them. I know. It's okay. Calm down. It's not a lot of them. Once we're officially in a recession and markets have crashed, will your trading strategies change? With a lot less volatility, and CCs and CSP are the way to go, right? Oh yeah. I mean, there's other fun stuff to do in like a low interest, low volatility market. Although I don't think we'll ever have low volatility markets again, given how much people like to speculate on volatility itself. But the fidelity page, I mean, when it says 80-20 on the fidelity page, that still means 20% of the orders are sell orders. Like, I don't understand what people, like, people's like, no one's selling. Look at this, that clearly states people are selling. OBV is junk, right? Why? No, it's fine. It's just that, like, looking at it super zoomed out and being like, it's flat is horseshit. What contract? When you're rolling a CC to a further out expiry, what happens on the other end for the person that purchased the CC? Nothing. You're basically just buying back the same contract in order to close your end of the trade. The market maker's still exposed to the open contract. Another favorite quote by Gherk: I have a New York doorman. I'm very important. I have many leather-bound books, and my apartment smells of rich mahogany. My apartment smells like Chinese dumplings. My doorman's an asshole. I don't think I'm that important. I mean, to myself, but to other people, probably not. Do you know you can buy and sell on computer share, right? I'm aware, but why would I want to do that? God damn it, Chicken Tender Daddy. Stop posting your weird eyeballs. 200k shares timed at the peak. Probably made more on CCs. EMA 30 equals the PBO EMA. Oh, Stefan. Again, your childlike enthusiasm impresses me. Okay, guys, we broke through the lower trend. Look at this. Boom. We're going down. Well, technically no. Why did that get moved? Hold on. I gotta fix this shit. Yeah, we still broke through it. Can I make it look better? Yes. That's as far as I'd stretch it. So we're about to break through. Yeah, alright. That works. What's your favorite EMA? 30? I don't have a favorite EMA, Stefan. pullback opportunity. He's talking about like a stock breaks out, pulls back to the EMA 30, and then rips. Does that mean we're doing good, Dad? I mean, it's good for my covered calls. It might bounce. Let's see what happens. I mean, not in like an impressive way. It's not. When hand-holding cover call video? I need to know how to get out if the stock runs. Oh, you're just fucked. Seago volume dying off. Are we consolidating? Where is it? Dude, I should sell my calls. No, it still looks good. Just still pushing up. Be careful. This thing does weird shit overnight, though. If you have really good profits, you may want to like close and reopen. I think GameStop's got like a really thick calf and like a weird little foot. People aren't selling. I did. I sold them all back at 150. Also important to me, Daddy. Thanks, Jean-Claude. Congrats. Would you agree that at this point there's not much risk holding GME shares as the current price is relatively close to actual value? As long as your cost basis is in line, not a lot of risk. I mean, I think the current price is still way over actual value, but I mean, if your cost basis is below here, you're in a pretty good position. I have to add up my new cost basis now. I wonder what it is. My day, wake up, go to work, 7 hours, come home, fast eat, shower, turn on computer, open YouTube, click on Pi-Fi, open stream, watch stream until market close, and go to bed. Nice, Verax. Is that enjoyable? Why can't it be institution selling, like Ray Dalio taking profits? Well, he's only got 10,000 shares, so that's a pretty good reason why. Is this our lowest volume day ever? Hold on. Pre-split volume? This is like 750K, right? We're here at the Pickle Union to thank you for your unprovoked usage of Stefan as of late. He needed the income to assist raising his 403 children. We, however, have one more request. The Pickles are beginning to ask for better medical benefits. Help our collective bargaining, please. Oh, they're not getting them. We've already discussed this. There will be no additional medical benefits. Fuck them. I'll change the theme of the channel if they keep complaining. Pullback opportunity. It's like YouTube buzzwords to get you to watch some more on. Why does Lenixis think there will be an August 2nd run? I don't fucking know. I don't care. Do you know how Overstock distributed their crypto dividend? How did they ensure shareholders had a crypto wallet to receive it? I don't think they did. My favorite Gherkin quote is when he looked at the camera and said, "It's Gherkin time." Okay, that never happened, but nice try. The more options you use, the more ammo shorts have. Well, that's not true. Have you been reading No Fox DD or something? That guy's also a moron. It's so weird to me that people watch you at home. It's weird to me to be watched in people's homes. And yet, here we are. Made 33% on the SPY 395 puts and got stopped out. Thanks to the knowledge, man. Would you re-enter 14 DTE 390s? I mean, you could. It's not terrible. How good is YouTube's health insurance plan? Non-existent. Thoughts on Target play? Pullback from Walmart, but Target is already beaten down. Yeah, I don't really know if there's a lot there to it. My day, wake, hydrate, espresso, open stream and port, listen to Gherk while I work, miss good entries, lament, market close, read and get better, sleep, repeat. Nice. I do not work for NASA. I literally found a job to work all hours in the morning so I can come home and open and watch. That's awesome, man. I'm glad you enjoy it. I've watched you at home while I nap, while I poop, and in the bath, daddy. Oh, fucking God. My best memory was that Gherk banned himself and let the purge run wild. You're my favorite stock DJ. Mixing and remixing the best stock plays on YouTube. Thank you so much, Stefan. If you were here long enough for you to make millions on covered calls, will you take your shirt off? Sure. Like another million on covered calls, or like a whole new. I already made so much money on covered calls this week. It's ridiculous. I feel like a rich person. Guys, my power went out. Yes, I paid my electric bill, Kirk. I remember those days. Odds are pretty good someone here is pooping right now. Odds are pretty good someone here is doing something far worse than pooping. My day, wake up, 3 cups of coffee, go to work, open Pickle stream, ignore Pickle's plays, buy BBY calls, ask Gherk's work history with NASA, go home, check BBY price, go to bed. Trust me, bro, stock update. NDP news of either a buyout and or a Chapter 11. I think NDP is really going to pop next week or so. Trust me, bro. Nice. My soon-to-be favorite memory is when Gherk grants me Pigeonwell status for free. Nice try. That would devalue Pigeonwell status if I was just handing it out to people willy-nilly. Junkman, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate it. If the market tanks tomorrow, you're gonna play the 1812 Overture again? Maybe. I missed Carl Chugs. Don't worry, they're immortalized in the Pigeonwell channel for all eternity. My favorite moment is when Gherk said that every day he wakes up with the intention to tell us Jamie is dead, but then something exciting happens and changes his mind. That's definitely happened a few times. What's the put call ratio looking like right now? No way to tell till after market close. You get your covered call premium immediately upon selling it, not when it expires. I wrote CMRX in a penny thread stock Discord. It's up quite a bit. Bloomberg just showed BBBY ad. I'm buying more calls. So what's the secret to leave the cash from covered calls alone and not jump into other plays like a degenerate? Just leave it alone. Wait till you have enough to buy 100 more shares and then use it to sell CSPs until you get assigned. And then once you get assigned, you sell those 100 shares as covered calls and just keep doing that and constantly, and like do what you're doing normally to make money. and then just keep growing your GME position. It's called compounding gains. They're phenomenal. I'm also fond of the time Gherk went long on Hood. Yeah, but that was only for like 30 seconds. Thoughts on CSIO? We're doing. They have earnings this week, right? Or do they? CSCO? CISO. Sorry. Ugh. Well, they're currently worthless. And the market agrees with that statement. It doesn't look good. Like, it looks like it's just going to continue down. I don't know anything about them as a company. But if you work for them, start looking for a new job. Oh, look. That was a lot of volume. What DTCCs did you sell on Palantir to get your cost basis to 0? Current $20 bag holder here. In November, when it tested 27, I sold $17 calls for 90 DTE. I didn't get assigned. So I still own the stock, but the premium was my entire cost basis. I just tried a New York pizza place and it's super underwhelming. Was it in New York? You know, even in New York, some pizza's not good. T-Dog looking like it's gonna drop hard this week. Hard if this week goes badly. It could. I mean, I think it's drastically undervalued, but I wanted to short CISO, but my broker told me there were no more shares to short. This is starting to sound like a short squeeze, like our short squeeze play. RC bails on GME and BBY and hangs out with Marin. If you're bored, thoughts on CMRX, monkeypox play? Charts looking nice to me. Feedback always welcome. I'm not that bored. Compounding gains are the MOASS pours. If you start with a portfolio of 30K and make 1.5% a week with cover calls, after 5 years, you have 1.5 million. Shh, don't give away the ending. Spoiler alert, Jean-Claude Van Damme. BBAI CTB is 400%. Okay. Check DMs. It's time. Time for what? First for last, thank you so much for becoming a zillionaire.
Happy birthday, Gherk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trades, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Curious. You broke the world record, and it was a very intense and shame-filled 30 seconds. Well, I mean, it's not as great as that time that Moonwind lost tons of money on hood puts when I bought calls. What's the general idea behind cycling between cover calls and CSPs? Do you just sell CC at the money and CSP right below the current strike? I've been selling out of the money CCs so far. I mean, like wheeling. I mean, the ideal way to wheel is to just only sell CSPs and never be assigned. If you're long the underlying, then you care even less about assignment, and thus can take more risk with your CSPs, and obtain higher premiums until you get assigned. Best steak place I can go in New York and have dinner for two under $500. Just go to Old Homestead. It'll cost a lot less than that. I mean, yeah, even with wine, you're gonna be under 500. Ooh, nice. Mm, uh, hmm. Options? Okay. See, this has options. I'll check it out. Ooh. On the chart, when you scroll to the right, looking at the EMAs, what are you looking for? Look, I don't. Scroll to the right, looking at EMAs. I don't know what you mean. Oh, when I like do this, and like I'm just seeing what the price point is. Yeah, VIX might move up overnight. And, you know, market makers might price options higher going into the Fed news. You should try fast forwarding your stream. It's what I do when I want to see what Jimmy does in 5 minutes. August 22, 38.75 call. Decent idea. For what? For OPEX? I wouldn't buy it now. It's like a weekly. I don't think Microsoft Google earnings gonna pump the market one last time. I really don't care. Everything rallying end of day except Bobby. I mean, rallying. Oh, there's that 75 put entry. That's pretty sweet. Trying to burn my puts overnight? I think not. Get out of here. What did Gaff send you? Gaff didn't send me anything. Turd sent me something. But I need to look at the data. Congratulations, Dork. That's on 370p August 3rd. For the SPY? Really risky. Super far out of the money. Probably not worth it. You'd probably burn more theta than you would have price improvement. What am I missing? I keep getting great fills on CCs and make most of the contract in one day. Why not sell at low IV and keep doing this? I'm not disagreeing with you. It's just income, right? It's super. I made like I don't even want to say. It's like I made like $110,000 on GME cover calls this week, and none of them are anywhere near being in the money. This week, like 7/29 expiration. Unsubbed. That's at an average premium of $1.35 a contract. $680 covered calls. Kirk is the MM. Wow, I lost 100K on GME calls this week. Funny how that works. As always, remember to check out the Craigslist store for the best deals on covered calls. Imagine what Roaring Kitty is raking in. Jesus Christ. Especially post-split, right? Will you buy something with yourself? Something with that money? I might buy more GameStop shares. What's the play with NDP? Dodge bankruptcy? I have no idea. Look good on the chart. Bought some. Means nothing to me, so. And that's not selling CCs against your whole port, is it? No. It's like a little more than a third. What are the odds RC doubles down? He said he didn't want a board seat. I mean, he might have to, right? They're putting a lot of pressure on his position. How's the nut mix coming along? It's decent. Ding ding. The day is done. All right, so let's take a look here. So GameStop, you know, actually fairly stable against the dropping market. Maintaining near its low for the day and really holding that $32 resistance. It looks good. I mean, this is kind of like the high end of the 2670 resistance from before. So, you know, this should be a decent zone for stability for GameStop. Moving into like the rest of this week. If the Fed meeting and the GDP report go very south, then I could see it pushing down below this. But I think there'll be a lot of buy interest still at this price, as it's below many people's cost bases. Higher than normal FTDs today and also tomorrow, but we'll see how that ultimately plays out. I don't think it's going to give us a lot of price improvement. Maybe something towards the end of the week, but I'm not too sure on that yet. But yeah, right now, I mean, just having covered calls out seems pretty solid. I'll let you know if my opinion on that changes in the next couple of days. For the SPY, I mean, went down pretty hard today. I mean, the new homes report wasn't so bad, but you know, the news from last night with Walmart wasn't great. We got Microsoft earnings tonight, and who else? Who's the other big one? Google. What's Google looking like? Where the fuck did it go? Ah. No. Can't have it on here. Google's moving up a little bit in after hours. Maybe some bullish news there. Nothing crazy though. I really don't think that any of these earnings are going to be super spectacular. But still, with the economic data tomorrow, it may not even matter. If the Fed moves forward with a 1.0 rate increase, which is unlikely, we will see a big downturn in the market. And even 0.75 with a forward projection of 0.75 will be bearish. which is probably the most likely outcome. And then GDP data, depending on how hard it misses on Thursday morning. Google's also a miss. Well, then this rally might be short-lived. I spent 2K on the crazy SPY volatility and after hours. Nice. Fed watch to see what's priced in. I mean, to an extent, yeah. Earnings reactions never make sense. No, they don't. That's why I don't play earnings. I do have shares of Google though, so if it holds this price, that'd be nice. I could probably sell some decent covered calls. Let's go out to the longer time frame here for GameStop. You know, holding the channel for today. You know, if I were expecting a bounce, which I'm not particularly, I would expect it right around this point. If we do get one, maybe something similar to like July 6th, like this move up, you know, to 30, like 33. I guess in this range it could be a little higher, maybe a move back to like 35. I don't think we'll get one because really the only thing I see coming in for the next couple of days is FTDs. So right now it kind of looks like if the market moves down tomorrow, we're gonna slip this historically strong resistance and possibly fall back down to like the $30 range, maybe even as low as like sub 30 towards like 29, 28. So keep your eyes open for that. And I guess I'll see you all tomorrow morning and we can see how fucked our economy is. Thank you guys so much. What's up, TV? You guys have a great night, and I will see you all tomorrow. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Krian. Sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show!
Not an advisor. Frigulon.